We'll call the General Laws Subcommittee number 1 to order. Let me see. We'll ask the members to answer the roll call. All righty. A quorum is present. All right. First up, we're going to take up Delegate Head's bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have House Bill 1269 for you, and there is an amendment in the nature of a substitute that I think you should have.
Let me see this. We have a second? Second on the substitute? Hello? Second. Thank you. All in favor of the substitute, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, the substitute is before us. Delegate Head.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. First, let you know where this bill comes from. This is concerning pre-need funeral home or pre-need funeral arrangements, so that if you've got a contract that is funded for prepayment of funeral expenses that's funded by either a life insurance policy or an annuity, current law says that you'd have to have that annuity continue at a rate that was either increasing the face value at a rate of equal to the consumer price index, and so with inflation going at a pretty rapid pace now, that becomes really problematic, or that it would increase at a rate on the premiums paid in at a rate of not less than 5%. And that also is problematic when you're dealing with the limitations on what annuities can be invested in. So the initial bill was going to strike all of that language. In the interest of trying to maintain consumer protection, a clause was added in the substitute that just simply says that the face amount of that pre-need funeral contract shall not be decreased over the life of the life insurance policy, except for life insurance policies that have lapsed due to the non-payment of premiums or have gone into non-forfeiture. In addition to that, the Bureau of Insurance asked us to add a section of code at the beginning which strikes a reference that becomes superfluous because of the language that we have added in the substitute. So that was a cleanup language for there, but that's the substitute and the bill. Mm-hmm. And got some folks here that can speak to it and give more clarification if you need.
Thank you, Delegate Head. Does any of the members have a question for the patron or the witnesses? All right, the witnesses can come forward. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Greg Habib with Gentry Lock here on behalf of Homesteaders Insurance. We appreciate Delegate Head carrying this bill. This actually is a pretty significant issue because pre-need insurance policies are how many folks in many communities fund funeral services. It's the only way they can fund them. Because of what's happened with inflation, almost all the carriers have left Virginia. Virginia is one of only 2 states that ever had this inflation language in their bill. And so these services have essentially disappeared. We've actually added an emergency clause to this bill. My understanding is when this session started, there were 2 companies writing these policies. I think we're down to 1, and I think we'll be down to none pretty soon, especially after the CPI report this morning. So we're hoping you act favorably on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have another witness. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Adisa Muse. I'm with Hutton Andrews Kurth, and we are representing Altmeyer Funeral and Dignity Funeral Service. We know of no opposition to this bill. It's supported by the Association of Independent Funeral Homes in Virginia, as well as the Funeral Directors Association. So we do have support from the industry behind this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, I believe we have someone in the queue here, Mrs. Michelle Foster.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Michelle Carroll Foster here with the American Council of Life Insurers, and we'd like to express our strong support for HB 1269. Many of our members are active in the pre-need insurance market and providing these valuable insurance products to cover the cost of funeral services for American families is very critical. And I'll be very brief and just, offer our support. And we believe that this bill will encourage more companies to participate in the market in Virginia and will be a great benefit to Virginia residents. Thank you for your time and allowing me to comment.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Is anybody in the audience, anyone against the bill? All right, the chair will entertain a motion. All right, all those in favor of All the members will cast their vote on the electronic voting machine. It's on. All right, the bill reports by vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ain't no hit.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a, Mr. Chairman, on House Bill 1253, I have a motion.
Okay, we have a motion. All right.
I move this bill be carried over under Rule 22.
All right, we have a motion to carry over House Bill 1253 to Rule 22. We need a second.
Second.
All righty. This is a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that is carried over. Let me see. Delegate Moorfield.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. After voting on the prevailing side in which we failed to, or in which we tabled House Bill 864, I'd like for us to reconsider that.
We have a second?
Nope. I believe we need a motion and a second.
Yep.
I mean, we have a motion. I have a motion.
We have a
need
motion to
second.
reconsider. All right, we have a second. All those in favor of the motion signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, House Bill 864 is back before the body, and I can see the chief patron is busy right now, and so I'm going to move ahead with is Lopez? Okay, all right. Delegate Lopez. Delegate Lopez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So we had addressed this issue before, and after speaking with several folks, including the chairman and a few members of the committee, we wanted to make one amendment to the bill, a line amendment so basically after proof of identity, or actually in the line 15 of the bill, to change with documentation of applicant's current address, comma, photo, comma, and either social security number or control number issued by Department of Motor Vehicles pursuant to 46.2-342 for every applicant. And with that change, the original bill would be limited just to driver's licenses or photo ID cards. And so that way we would be able to not be as permissive to limit the scope of the original bill, but also address the worker issues that we wanted to address and make sure that the certifications and licensures for those 48 different areas where you have not as many folks being able to participate, but there's need for those workers to be in the queue, can take part.
Right, Delegate Lopez, and when you mentioned the ID, both of those IDs are from DMV, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. All right. All right, does any of the members have a question for the patron? Does anyone in the audience care to speak for or against the bill? Yes, well,
We'd already addressed this previously.
yeah, we've kind of we've been around the thing here a little bit. Well, I guess in that case, the chair will entertain a motion. Any other discussion? All right. Well, the members will cast their vote on the electronic voting machine. All right, Delegate Lopez bill fails to report on a 4-4 vote. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let me see. Last up is Delegate Krizek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee.
This bill, HB 595, creates a special assistant to the governor for disability rights advocacy. Will ensure that Virginians with disabilities have a representative in the governor's office to advise the governor and state agencies on policies to increase access and opportunities across the Commonwealth. Every bill, policy, and action taken by Virginia state workers has the potential to affect a person with a disability. Many of these Virginians receive no assistance or live in underserved or unserved areas, increasing the necessity for support. A special assistant in the governor's office would be able to better coordinate with these people who are facing a large gap between accessible services and their actual needs. There are no positions currently in Virginia government that cover people of all ages with disabilities, and Virginia does not have an Americans with Disabilities Act coordinator, despite federal law requiring every organization with 50 or more employees to have one. 1 in 4 Virginians live with a disability. These Virginians deserve access to opportunities and support. The state has the opportunity to level the playing field and set the standard for local governments as we all work together to provide for the citizens of the Commonwealth and their different needs. And I would direct you to the actual language of the bill. It gives you it explains what the special assistant would do. I'm not going to read it all to you, but I think it's worth reading. And thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. I do have somebody in the queue, Matthew Shapiro, who would like to speak to the bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let me see, we have Matthew Shapiro's in the queue.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
How you doing, Matthew? Good to see you.
I'm good. I'm doing great, Mr. Chairman. How are you? So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We think this is a really important bill to give Virginians with disabilities another resource within the Commonwealth of Virginia to know where to go for resources, and having a special assistant in the governor's office could definitely help do a little bit of coordination and be a voice to not only speak to the governor, but then trickle back down to citizens in Virginia with disabilities. So we strongly support this bill.
Good. Thank you. Let me see. We have Ms. Morgan is in the queue.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Terry Morgan, the Executive Director with the Virginia Board for People with Disabilities. The board believes that the disability community would benefit from a special advisor to the governor as proposed in the bill. People with disabilities are a broad and diverse group of more than 1 million Virginians. The disability community has an important perspective on many different areas of the governor's work, including healthcare, education, employment, transportation, and public safety. The special advisor would give the governor's office access to the disability community's concerns, as well as bring additional expertise in how to proactively engage and support the disability community. The board would be happy to work with the special advisor if the position were created, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. And next up, we have Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon,
hey, welcome.
Mr. Chairman. I'm Colleen Miller. I'm the director of the Disability Law Center of Virginia, and we do support this bill. As the members of the committee are well aware, almost every state agency deals with disability issues to some extent. But they often don't speak to each other. They often don't coordinate those efforts. This bill would create a tool for making sure that all of those agencies coordinate with each other so that people with disabilities are well served. We support the bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Does any members of the audience care to speak to the bill? Yes, ma'am.
Chairman and committee members, Maureen Hollowell with the Virginia Association of Centers for Independent Living. We support the bill for all the reasons already given.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Does any of the members have any questions for the patron? You want to wrap up there, Delegate Kriesik?
Well, you heard some very compelling testimony. Many states are doing this and have a position within the governor's office. And as I say, the duties of this special assistant are laid out here in the bill, and I think it would be very helpful to the governor and to the administration to have this position, and to the people here of the Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate Kriesik.
Mr. Chairman, I move to report.
Just a second. Delegate Wright has a question for the patron.
Yes, sir. I just wonder if I heard you correctly. Did you say that the governor You worked with the governor on this bill and he supported it. Did I understand you say that?
No, I did not say that.
All right. Have you spoken with him about it?
I have not spoken to the governor about anything.
Okay.
Not yet.
Well, the only thing I was concerned about was this bill. I wasn't concerned with another conversation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Delegate Morefield.
I have a quick question. Is this already included in the budget?
I have a budget amendment, I believe. I have to check with my staff, but you're pretty good about putting in budget amendments, you know. So it does need to go. I do believe it should go to appropriations.
We may need, in that case, we may need a report and refer, but.
Mr. Chair, move to report and refer to appropriations.
We have a second? Got a second? Motion to report and refer.
Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Morefield.
I do believe that it's a little late in the game to refer to appropriations right now.
No. The chairman's there.
Yes.
Tomorrow, don't we have any tomorrow? All right. You know better than I do.
Mr. Chairman, just a recommendation. I think that because we're so late in the game on reporting and referring to appropriations, and this is a very important issue that does need to be addressed, but I think because of that very reason, I would be supportive of maybe carrying this over until next session.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to say I support the delegates' motion, and I'd also like to say I agree this is an extremely important issue, and we need to address it, and I think it's more appropriate to deal with it in an amount of time that we need to take, and so I second to carry over.
Carry over, is that a substitute motion? To carry over?
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Second.
All right.
Well,
yeah. Well, you made the recommendation.
I made the recommendation.
Voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to carry over Rule 22 signify so by saying aye. All opposed? All right, the bill will be carried over.
Thank you,
All right,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I hope to maybe work with you, Delegate Morefield, on this for next year.
I think that's a good bill. I think we have Delegate Leftwich. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was looking for you down there. Delegate Chairman Leftwich, House Bill 1364.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So House Bill 1364 was the bill that I asked unanimous consent to introduce after the deadline the other day. And this bill is a result of a Bureau of Insurance decision that came down from the FCC, which turned the settlement process for homes on its head. This bill intends to clarify existing law. It's not intended to create new law, but clarify existing law and allow sellers to hire an attorney to represent them in closings. In other words, it will permit split closing where the buyer is represented by a settlement agency or another attorney, and the seller has the opportunity to hire an attorney to represent them in preparation of documents necessary to close. That's the bill in a nutshell. I believe it has. Well, I know it has bipartisan support because I've been working on it with Delegate Simon.
All right, thank you, Chairman Leftwich. The council has says we need to make a minor technical line amendment on line 23. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also. Mr. Chairman, I am so sorry. In the haste of drafting this bill, I made a minor mistake. On line 23, at the beginning of that line, strike 2 and insert 3. That is the third enactment clause.
With much hesitation, I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
We have a motion to adopt the amendment. Second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, the bill as amended is before us. Anybody have any questions for the patron? All right, we have a motion to report. All right, the members will cast their vote on the electronic voting machine. All right, the bill reports 8-0. I believe that completes our docket. Subcommittee 1 is adjourned. Not until I hit the thing.
for this?
Here.
All right. I always forget this part. All right, we have a quorum with 8 of our members present today. The first bill we're going to hear is House Bill 300, Delegate Freitas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Just to let everyone know that there is a substitute. I'd be happy to explain that substitute.
You want to go ahead?
So the substitute's going to look rather extensive. It actually isn't. What the whole purpose of the bill is to allow for internet sales of some alcohol. And what ended up having to be done with this is we had to take the several different portions of the code and make sure that the same language was in each one, because we had to create some structure in order to allow for this. And some of the things that we had to do in order to get to this is, for instance, originally when this was written, the internet sales would only apply to distilleries within Virginia. Well, at that point, now you get into an interstate commerce clause issue with the rest of the country, and so we had to create a mechanism whereby distilleries outside the Commonwealth could still work within the ABC framework in order to also be eligible to be able to conduct internet sales. And then we had to put additional restrictions on how much you could do. For instance, you can't order an entire pallet of Jack Daniels, much to my chagrin. We'll get to that next year. But so there's limitations on the quantity that you can order, and then obviously there also had to be restrictions with respect to who could receive the order. So you can't just drop it off on someone's step. You've actually got to present, valid photo ID demonstrating that you're 21 years of age, and there also had to be language on the shipping materials as well to that effect. So essentially what this would do is it would allow for internet sales of certain quantities of alcohol within the current ABC system, and I'll be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
All right. So we need to move the substitute.
So moved.
All right. All in favor of the substitute, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? All right. Any questions from members of the committee for Delegate Freitas? Not seeing any questions. All right. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of this bill? Is there anyone in the audience who is opposed to the bill?
Well, I'm going to explain that. Madam Chair, members of the committee, John Daniel with Virginia ABC. There wasn't a middle ground about opposed or in favor of it, so I snuck up under the opposed. So this is the issue, as you'll recall, that has some age to it. We had this bill 2 or 3 years ago, and the committee carried it over at the 11th hour because of the constitutional issues that I think Delegate Freitas is trying to address in the substitute version, which I haven't seen. So the result of the study that we did with the distillers and others from 2 years ago was that not to do internet sales for only in-state distillers, because we would get into the dormant commerce clause in the absence of the protection for our state ABC agent stores under our marketplace exemption as a controlled state entity. I haven't seen the substitute. I think what it does is to privatize internet privatization of alcohol sales in the Commonwealth. Again, I haven't seen the bill, but it sounds like that's at least one component of what it might do. Irrespective of that, it sounds also to me, without having seen it, Madam Chair, members of the committee, that there would be a significant fiscal impact to the Commonwealth because of perhaps potential loss of sales that were going straight from out-of-state distillers to customers and not through Virginia ABC stores. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's my comments based on what I know about the substitute.
Any questions for anyone? Delegate Freitas?
Yeah, Madam Chair, all I would say at this point is that if it does actually generate a loss of revenue, I would be shocked, because the whole purpose of working with the AG's office and everybody else that we talked about was to make sure that anybody operating outside of the Commonwealth still had to operate inside the ABC framework that we have within a controlled state. So if anything, I would think this would actually increase revenue with respect to what the state has taken through ABC. Again, that was the whole purpose when we sat down, and again, in speaking with the attorneys that were assisting on this, the point is to operate within the current framework that we have, provide a mechanism for this to take place so we didn't violate interstate commerce clause, and then also and again, set in the parameters necessary to make sure that we assure for things like safety protocols.
Delegate Knight.
Delegate Freitas, I'm trying to get my arms around this. We've got the ABC control stores where you go buy stuff through the ABC and they're licensed. And then we have certain licensed agents like at distillers where we gave them distiller licenses. So are you saying, because I haven't seen the substitute either, in paper form, but are you saying that the distillers who can ship this and sell it by internet?
So the idea would be is that anybody that was properly licensed through ABC in Virginia would be able to do that. That was the intention of the substitute. Again, if ABC has some additional concerns with it, I'll be happy to meet whatever those concerns are and set that up. But again, the idea here was not to create something outside of the current ABC framework for distillers outside of Virginia. It was to create a mechanism where they would have to fall within our regulations in order to engage in internet sales in Virginia.
Okay, Madam Chairman.
Delegate Knight.
So ABC has a certain markup that they have if you go to the ABC store. Mm-hmm. If you go to the distillers, they keep some of that money. So is this maybe going to take some money away from the ABC store, where if this person ordered on the internet, they may pay the same thing as the ABC store, but the distiller gets to keep that, I think it was 20%, gets to keep that 20%. Am I thinking on that right?
I think, if I remember correctly, that particular provision was if you bought something directly at the distillery. So an internet sale, I don't think would fall under that same provision. I can't say that for sure. Again, was not the intention of this. The way we set this up is we said the shipment of spirits or local beverage coolers pursuant to the subdivision shall be by approved common carriers only and in accordance with board regulations. We certainly made every effort that we could. And again, if ABC had an issue with this, we never had a chance to talk about it beforehand. But again, all I can say is I can emphasize that the intent was to operate within current regulations.
Right. Well, the thing that I'm concerned with, and it may be in your bill, I don't know, in your substitute, I just want to make sure that the profits of ABC aren't getting hurt from this, and it doesn't crossways of any laws that are now in existence. So maybe I could ask Mr. Daniels that if he has an answer to that, or if there's some common ground here.
Madam Chair, Delegate Knight, I can't tell you what that number is. What I can tell you is that based on experience, if this bill were a new bill coming through, that we would get a request from Department of Planning and Budget to do a fiscal impact statement on this bill. Now, having seen those and dealt with some of those, my belief is that this bill would have an impact, which would require some consideration on the appropriations end of things. But I cannot quantify, because we really haven't looked at it. Those impact statements are scrubbed on pretty hard, so you all have good numbers upstairs when you see them. So I'm not going to say I know for certain, but I'm fairly confident that there's an impact here. And I don't know whether the Virginia distillers, I don't know if they're in the room, but whether the Virginia distillers want the out-of-state distillers shipping in. And to go back to your first point, the Virginia distillers, as agents of ABC, keep a 20% commission on bottles sold, whether the store or through our store.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman.
Delegate Knight.
Delegate Freitas, I'm going to tell you, a lot of times substitutes get dropped on us at the last minute, so that's nothing unique about yours. But I'm very hesitant sometimes to pass a law when we have what we have is working, and I'm not totally clear on the new law. I don't know, because this is so late in the game, I really wish that we had a little bit of time, and I don't know if I could direct it to Mr. Chairman down there. How much more time do we have to look at this?
0. Full committee meets after, we have maybe 2 hours, 3 hours before full meets.
Yeah. I'm sorry the time is. I think you know where I stand. I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Madam Chair,
Delegate Torian.
and then I want to ask the current chair of appropriations, when we don't have the hard numbers in appropriations, look at something, it puts us in a particular bind when we don't have the hard numbers to support a piece of legislation that's coming before us.
All right. I don't see anyone else to speak for or against the bill.
Madam Chair, I have a motion to lay the bill on the table.
All right. The motion is to lay the bill on the table.
Madam Chair, I have a substitute motion. Motion to carry the bill over to next year.
I'll second that motion.
All right. So we have a motion.
Substitute motion to carry the bill over next year with a letter from the chairman.
Yeah, but it's not debatable to lay it on the table.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the sentiment.
I think I should restart it maybe,
All right. So we will vote on this when the word comes up.
Madam Chair, not to be rude, but I have to get to my subcommittee, so can I thank you all right now? Right.
Yes. We'll let you know.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think you know where it might be going. Thank you, Delegate Freitas. Oops.
That was the table, correct?
Yes, to lay on the table. All right. So the bill is laid on the table on a vote of 8-0. All right. Our second and final bill for this committee today is House Bill, I gotta get my number, 1134. Delegate Taylor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm here on the behalf of the City of Petersburg to present HB 1134, which requests the city to be added to a list of eligible host cities for a casino. At this time, I make a motion to adopt the substitute.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor of the substitute, say aye. Anyone opposed? Delegate Taylor.
Thank you. Petersburg has been in serious economic decline for over 40 years. I've witnessed this firsthand living close to the city my entire life. Petersburg is in desperate need of economic redevelopment. Over the years, we have seen countless jobs and economic opportunities lost. Many manufacturing, retail, and service companies have relocated to other cities, which have compounded poverty rates and unemployment. The infrastructure of Petersburg, its roads, wastewater facilities, water towers, and much more is in desperate need of repair or rebuilding. Future economic development is dependent upon reliable and modern infrastructure. These infrastructure issues also directly affect public safety. A short time ago, I had a conversation with one of Petersburg's fire captains, and he said we are one fire away from being on the national news. He was referring to the lack of water pressure available through hydrants. Our school buildings and facilities are in disrepair, and new schools are much needed to serve our students and to support the hard work of our teachers. Presently, the City of Petersburg has a population of 33,458, of which 21% live within the poverty rate. According to the VEC, Petersburg has had an unemployment rate of 13.9% compared to the statewide rate of 6%. The City of Petersburg does not have the tax base to fund most infrastructure, public safety, and economic development needs or projects. Based on the high unemployment, and poverty rates, it is not believed that Petersburg residents will be significant patrons of the casino, but rather benefit from employment opportunities, the investment in public safety, education, and infrastructure. The expected investment in infrastructure will attract manufacturing, retail, and industries back to Petersburg, providing more employment opportunities. A casino in Petersburg could offer internship programs through Virginia State University and other job training programs. We expect approximately 2,300 new jobs to be created and an estimated base wage of $15 an hour for workers, as well as many salaried positions. According to the quarter's report's recent look at area casino projects, this will generate $7.5 billion in overall economic impact, $1.5 billion in tax revenue, and over $200 million in incremental community benefits in the first 15 years. The community will benefit by helping to fund community services such as education, healthcare, parks and recreation, infrastructure, housing, and strengthening of the workforce. The surrounding localities, including the City of Petersburg, the counties of Dinwiddie, Prince George, Sussex, and Surrey, have expressed their support of this legislation, and I've provided letters of that support to the committee. I ask that you vote yes on HB 1134 to allow the residents of Peters to hold this referendum vote. Madam Chair, I would appreciate you allowing the Mayor of Petersburg first to speak on our behalf. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions on the committee for Delegate Taylor? Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for coming today. And
thank you for having me, Madam Chair, members of the subcommittee. I am Sam Parham, Mayor of the City of Petersburg, and I totally support HB 1134 that Delegate Taylor has worked so hard to carry to you today. The City of Petersburg, we've been faced with our share of financial challenges. Back 5 years ago, we had a $17 million deficit, and I'm here today to say that Petersburg now has a $12 million surplus, and our bond rating has been upgraded to an A+ rating. We have done the necessary changes in management and doing the necessary upgrades to our city in order to invite this type of development to the City of Petersburg. And I'm asking you that we need this in Petersburg to put Petersburg on sound financial footing, and that we won't ever have to go back to what we went to back in 2016. So we're just asking to give the citizens of Petersburg who have been struggling for so long to have some sort of hope, to have some sort of development that they can say that this is positive in the City of Petersburg, so we can build some schools. We have a city that we haven't built schools in over 50 years. And I'm asking you today to please help us, please help our children, please help the future of Petersburg by supporting HB 1134. And I'm joined today by members of the City of Petersburg from police, fire, economic development, from school board, from even our partners from Virginia State University are here to testify on how this is important, not just for Petersburg, but for our region. So again, thank you for your time, and please support HB 1134. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the way we'll do this is I'm going to give you all about 10 minutes. So to try not to take all the air out of the room, and when you talk about why you think it's important to Petersburg, there are quite a few people virtually as well as in person, I believe, to speak to this issue.
They're all here.
Oh, y'all came, so never mind. Nobody's virtual. So, and then once we do that 10 minutes of those who want to speak in favor of this, we'll go to those who are against it. And if you don't have anything new really to offer, just say who you are, and that way we can get everybody in front of the committee. Okay? So you guys can line up how you want to there at the mic, and we'll take you one by one. And thank you. I'm going to thank all of you in advance for being here. But your presence here in person tells us how important this is to Petersburg.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the House of Delegates and Representative Taylor. I stand before you as a former mayor and current council representative of Ward 5 in the city of Petersburg. My ask today is that you uphold the principles of our democracy and not to allow what may be considered a do-over after the citizens of Richmond have voted. A redo is not fair to all of us as incumbents should our competitors decide that there is a right to do so. Further, I applaud you with all the passion I have is to allow the city of Petersburg an opportunity to continue its growth and to provide the region with an economic transformation that reaches all genders, ages, and races. I appreciate my time to speak, and God bless you all.
Sir, what was your name?
I am W. Howard Myers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're a team here. Madam Chairman, members of the subcommittee, my name is Richard Taylor. I'm a lifelong resident of Petersburg. I've lived there for 78 years. The only person in this room today that lived there any
less time or close to my partner here, Michael Packer. He's been there 74 years. We're here to tell you we speak for our neighbors and our residents. This bill offers hope and opportunity for people in Petersburg, and that's what we care about. Mr. Packer has some information I think will be very impactful for your decision, and we appreciate Delegate Taylor for all her efforts too and for your consideration.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, members of the subcommittee. My name is Michael Packer, and I have been a resident of Petersburg for only 73 years. I can't beat Mr. Taylor. Now retired, I've also been an employee of the city of Petersburg for 30 years. Please allow me to talk about the math relating to the potential location of a casino in the city of Petersburg. Petersburg has a real estate tax rate of $1.35 per hundred, one of the highest, if not the highest, in the state. Richmond's real estate tax is $1.20 per hundred. It has been estimated that approximately $30 million would be generated for communities where casinos are located. The city of Richmond would have experienced an increase of revenue of approximately 3.8%. So in other words, if their total budget is $700 million, their budget, if the $30 million would push it up to about 3.8%. Petersburg, if the casino located within our limits, would experience a revenue increase of approximately 40%, okay, of its annual general revenues. The proposed location for both Richmond and Petersburg are both off Interstate 95, only 20 minutes apart. The majority of the anticipated customers for either location being non-residents of the area, thereby causing a reasonable estimate of projected revenues to be about equal. The impact, on the other hand, is substantially different. Such a substantial percentage increase in local generated fund revenues for Petersburg would make a monumental difference in the quality of life for its citizens, similar to that which we'll experience in Bristol and in Danville. It is reasonable to think that the purpose of permitting a limited number of casinos in specific places in Virginia is for the express purpose of helping those communities that are experiencing the most fiscal distress. Petersburg, unfortunately, is the poster child for most unfavorable statistics measuring the quality of life in the community, and our delegate has spoken to that.
Mr. Packer, you got a whole line of people behind you, so if you could wrap up so they also have the opportunity.
We would very much ask you to support this legislation, send it on to the full committee.
Thank you, Mr. Packer. Ms. Taylor, thanks for coming.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, and committee members. I am Kenneth Pritchett. I am the school board chair for Petersburg City Public Schools. I am here today in support of the casino bill. Also, I had before me a facility evaluation that was completed by the Department of Education. We have a total of 8 schools in our school division, and our oldest school, which is still open, is over 83 years of age. And our youngest school is 48 years of age. And the Department of Education shared with us, they were very concerned about our buildings being open, concerned about us making repairs to our buildings because of the possibility of asbestos being in the buildings if we made major repairs to the building. Of the 8 schools, there are 5 schools that are leaking very bad. They have recommended that we put roofs on all 8 of our schools. We even had to shut down some classrooms, and we cannot allow teachers nor students to go into the classrooms. We are desperately in need of brand new schools in our city. Our kids and our parents and our teachers and staff deserve better. So I'm asking you please to support this bill on behalf of Petersburg City Public Schools in our city of Petersburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchett.
Good afternoon. I am Brittany Flowers. I am the Commissioner of Revenue with the City of Petersburg, and I am also in favor for HB 1134. This will increase our revenue streams from our B-poll tax, our real estate taxes, excise taxes, and our tangible personal property. With that increase in revenue, it will help our infrastructure and with our school system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tina Watkins, Fire Chief of Petersburg, Virginia. I'm also in support of House Bill 1134. One thing, with me coming in as the new Fire Chief, I've already discovered that this bill will be beneficial in just the infrastructure itself. It'll help us build new fire stations, provide fire apparatus, and other public safety needs that we need as far as employment, and it's also going to bring more revenue and more jobs and make our salaries more competitive like the surrounding areas for the fire and police departments. I'm looking at the growth, the historical foundation that Petersburg has. It also increased tourism for us because we have a lot of structures there that are historic that need a good upcoming facelift. And these buildings being vacant become a public safety need because we as the fire department have to respond there. And right now, they're not safe for even my personnel to go into to fight these structure fires. Looking at the tourism inn and parks and recs and other structures that are going to be up and coming for visitation. So I'm very much in support of this House bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Watkins.
Good afternoon. Stacy Jordan, standing in support of Bill HB 1134 for the City of Petersburg. The additional tax revenues that will be generated from the development of the casino in the City of Petersburg will allow the city to fund essential community services such as desperately needed additional public safety needs, sustainable infrastructure, capital projects, and equitable public education. These revenues are not only benefit for the City of Petersburg, for the community that it serves as well, as assisting with improving the quality of life for all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Kelly Parker, and I'm the Executive Director to Tri-Cities Habitat for Humanity. I am a Petersburg High graduate myself, class of 1982. I was around when there was plenty of jobs, plenty of opportunity, lots of businesses, lots of economic development. Unfortunately, after the loss of Brown & Williamson and several other industries, then the South Park Mall was built and a lot of our stores left. We lost the Petersburg Mall along with other businesses. I remember what Petersburg looked like when it had jobs. I now see what Petersburg looks like without them. Please support HB 1134. The City of Petersburg desperately needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's 4 of you left in line, and if you could just take no longer than a minute each, I'll give you that little extension. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members, Deputy Chief Emmanuel Chambliss, Petersburg Police Department. We're somewhat be concerned with the increase in calls for service that a casino would bring. We don't see it any different than a mall coming into the area. We would address those issues the same, no different. We would hire more personnel. We would deploy our personnel in that area to address those concerns. We see the improvements that could come about by the casino being in that area as far as lighting. Improved lighting would deter criminal activity because criminals don't want to be seen. We see our roadways being improved in that area, cutting down traffic accidents and fatalities. So we're in full support of House Bill 1134. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Chambliss.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Brian Moore. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the City of Petersburg. I rise in support of our delegates' bill. Everything that you've heard today, all my colleagues, all my fellow workers, ties into economic development, ties into opportunity, and ties into hope for the city. So I hope that you will vote to allow us to have that opportunity to vote for our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Dr. Zoe Spencer. I am here in my independent role as a professor of sociology at Virginia State University and a very proud new resident of Petersburg, Virginia. Delegate Taylor really illuminated the demographics, but I just wanted to point out something to you guys. The median household income for Petersburg is $20,464. Colonial Heights is $54,550, and Chesterfield is $82,500. The poverty rate is 29.4 in Petersburg, 13.2 in Colonial Heights, and 6.6 in Chesterfield. That is really based on the access and proximity to industry. Petersburg was once a very thriving economic space when it was the textile industry and the tobacco industry. The casino represents an industry, the tourism industry, as was previously discussed. So I am in support of the casino because I know that it will bring the much needed economic boost to improve the racial disparity and the economic disparity that the loss of the industries has caused the city of Petersburg. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Spencer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Thomas Hairston. I would like to echo everything that everyone said, but I joined the United States Air Force in 1984 and served honorably. And my take on government is once we vote, we have a winner and a loser, and we don't go back and redo the vote. So I'm here to speak for democracy, just that we do not do do-overs in America. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in favor of the bill? All right, not seeing anyone. Any questions for any of the witnesses? Okay. Now, anyone who would like to speak against the casino bill 1134?
Madam Chair, Ron Jordan with
and
Advanced
again,
Strategies, representing the city. We have two people on behalf of the city, Councilwoman Reva Trammell and Director of Economic Development, Leonard Sledge.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
And members of this committee. My name is Reva Trammell. I'm the councilperson for the 8th District in the city of Richmond, and I represent some of the poorest of the poor. I've been in my 8th District all my life, at least 63 years, and I've seen people come to me begging me for jobs. They want the jobs that they can do, jobs they can use their hands, like work in the motel, work in the park, work in the restaurants. That's all they were begging me for, was to give them an opportunity. And when you can make $55,000 and get a home of your own for your family so you don't have to sleep in a car or sleep in tents that I see in my district every single day. And plus, it would be a win-win for all of us because we're not landlocked. There would be more opportunities for economic development in that whole area. And that money would come in not only to the city of Richmond, not only in my 8th district, but for everyone, for infrastructure. I don't even have a high school in my district. I don't even have a high school. And when you have these children tell you, especially the teenagers, we don't have after-school programs, we don't have this, we don't have that, why can't we have this? This was a golden opportunity for them and for the people. That's why they reelect me, because I fight for them. I listen to them. I was out there yesterday with the people, and they were begging me. They wanted to be here today. They didn't have a car to get here. But please, I ask you, please, let us have a second chance in Richmond, Virginia. Please. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Leonard Sledge, and it's my privilege to serve as the Director of Economic Development for the City of Richmond. The City of Richmond is really thankful that the Virginia Casino Act allowed it to have to be able to host a resort casino project in the city. And all we are asking for is to continue to exercise the right, as espoused by our City Council's 8-to-1 vote recently, to hold another referendum pending the sign-off on a court order from the Circuit Court. The resort casino project, the One Casino and Resort, a $560+ million project that will create over 1,500 jobs in South Richmond. As Councilmember Trammell mentioned, tremendous opportunities to create pathways for economic mobility for some of our most vulnerable citizens. But in addition to that, not only the benefit to the city of Richmond, as evidenced by the JLARC study that was conducted a couple of years ago, a resort casino in the city of Richmond would stand to generate approximately 1/3 of all of the casino-related revenue in the Commonwealth of Virginia. That same JLARC study also espoused the fact that a project in the city of Richmond would lead to the greatest direct and indirect employment as a result of a resort casino in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so as we think about this, it's not only in light of how beneficial it is to the citizens of the city of Richmond, but also how beneficial a project in the city of Richmond would be to all citizens in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In terms of the failure of the first referendum, referendums are rerun often, as I'm sure each of you know. And in this...
Behind you,
Yes, ma'am.
so I need you to kind of wrap
And
up.
in this particular instance, again, by a council vote of 8-1, our city council has asked for another referendum, again, with the key thing this time being different, a greater communication of how the revenue will be used. Our council and our mayor is committed to a 2-penny reduction on our real estate tax and also profound investments in public school capital projects and also infrastructure projects across the city. Thank you very much for your vote today against House Bill 1134.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members, my name is Dr. Lafayette Jefferson Jr. I'm the president of the Petersburg NAACP. I want you to know that this bill is important. This bill is so important that Senator Morrissey saw fit to assault me twice last week here in the General Assembly, which reflects poorly on all the members of the General Assembly. But in order to...
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
May I correct something? Because Senator Morrissey and you guys had a confrontation, it does not, and I repeat, it does not reflect poorly, not on the House of Delegates. So let's get that straight, okay?
We can get it
Thank
straight.
you, Madam Chair.
That's not a problem.
Thank you.
I spoke with delegate that was the original writer of the bill, and I asked him if the spirit of the bill was actually to focus on metropolitan cities that are larger. And this delegate told me actually yes, that it was to be focused on cities that are larger than 200,000. But to translate that into directly to a city of 32,000, there are significant changes that need to be made. All right, now since introduction, promises have been made, are still being made to the cities and the citizens by many of the people that are here today. The truth is that there was never a proposal from the casino. So all the numbers that we're actually hearing are from the Richmond casino. And they're being translated to, well, they're being bought and spoken about in Petersburg. So when people are actually saying there's going to be jobs, and the salaries, those are actually speaking points from Richmond, and they're actually not talking about Petersburg, because with no actual deal in place, with no memorandum of understanding, we're actually seeing stuff being made up and people assuming that a city of 33,000 is going to get the same deal and offer as a city of 239,000, which is highly unlikely. And so when
You're going to have to kind of wrap up your remarks.
Yes, ma'am. But if you look and actually ask the critical questions, where are the market studies, the memorandum of understanding with a casino vendor, and impact studies, there's actually nothing available. And so at this point, we're asking you to not support HB 1134 because Petersburg, whereas we're gradually coming back, we actually want to build our community instead of taking a bet on our community and hoping for the best outcomes. It's not a gamble we can afford to take.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here and making your comments.
No problem.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Charles Willis, a citizen of Richmond. I come today to ask you to vote not in support of Bill 1134. This bill simply denies Richmond the right to generate revenue that is assigned by this General Assembly and granted in the spirit that you gave 5 host cities the opportunity to have a casino, Richmond being one. As a community activist, United Communities Against Crime, raised in the city of Richmond, I serve as the state's homicide victims advocate. Just this past Monday, I sit with the governor as we had a prayer vigil for the 2 officers that were killed. That's the work that I do. I do that whole voluntarily with no income, no means. But with the opportunity that you all have granted Richmond to have resources for community nonprofit groups like mine, this opportunity is a dream. My community alone in Richmond have never seen an ice cream shop, a flower shop, a bar and grill. We are like a ghost town, where you heard our councilwoman speak today. In learning of the opportunity that entertainment complex and the state of arts would be built in the city of Richmond that would cost the citizens and the state of Virginia not one dime, the proposal that is coming from one resort and casino is not costing the citizens of Richmond. That has been proposed for us. There are 6 others that gave an opportunity, but they did not succeed. We have the opportunity of revenue and incomes that would be $55,000 plus. So I say in beginning to close, I don't believe that no one in this room disagrees that Richmond is not a tourism city. That's why you chose Richmond as one to be a host city. The jobs that were generated from the benefits would benefit not just Richmond, but the entire Richmond region. One resort and casino believes in putting that. So they put $25 million in escrow that is sitting right now to help us with our HBCUs, community colleges, trade schools, and other higher learning institutions. One has responded.
Mr. Willis, you're going to have to wrap up.
I'll wrap it up by saying this. This committee and the entire General Assembly voted Richmond as a host city for a reason. Like many of you, you may bring bills for it, and then they're not, you go back and try them again. So I remember what Grandma would say. If first you don't succeed, try again. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Vote no on this bill, because when you do vote, other than that, it throws Richmond out of the water. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I have to ask you to keep your remarks brief.
Really
Please.
brief.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. And you should have received a letter from the CEO of Urban One, Alfred Liggins, and I'm just going to take some excerpts from that letter. The City of Richmond, through their City Council, has voted to have a second referendum, which is their right under the current legislation governing casinos in the state of Virginia. Urban One remains committed to bringing one resort and casino to the City of Richmond, along with all of its great, tremendous communities and community opportunities and benefits, including millions of dollars for charitable organizations and service organizations, reentry, wraparound services, you name it, the list goes on, giving back to the community, and not only the city of Richmond, but also Petersburg and other surrounding areas. When I hear about the cries of the city of Petersburg, we as one resort and casino will support Petersburg and other surrounding areas. Give us another chance, because I'm sure someone has taken a chance on us. God bless.
Ma'am, what was your name?
Oh, I didn't mention my name. Clovia Lawrence with Project Give Back to Your Community.
Thank you.
I'm not coming back. I'm just getting the phone.
Call a friend.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Antoine, and I am a resident born and raised in this capital city. I'm here today to respectfully ask that you vote no on House Bill 1134. I'm reminded of the quote of today that said, the sky, I'll read it so I won't forget it because it did touch me. It said, you are the sky, everything else is the weather. We're weathering sometimes in the capital city. The impoverished area, lower income paying jobs, and people just looking for hope. We welcome those that donate their time and their resources to our communities. But what if families were able to provide for themselves? That children could look to their parents when they had needs, and not wait for someone to knock on the door, such as I did today in many of our senior facilities delivered Valentine bags. We're just asking for opportunity to be a better city, to be a better capital city, where all are welcome and we can have opportunities to enlighten, enrich, and empower the children of this city by voting no for 1134 and giving Richmond a second chance for a one casino and resort. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the subcommittee, Todd Gackey on behalf of the Family Foundation. I think it's no secret that we have, for many years, have been opposed to casino gambling. I do admire the patrons' efforts to try and revitalize their community. I think all of y'all seek to do that for your constituents. We just take a different approach. We don't think that this is good for the city or for the surrounding areas. And I've stood here many times expressing what the outcomes would be of gambling, the addictions, the harms to the community. But I think also it's just important for you to remember that in 2019 and 2020, we had a lengthy discussion about this. And there was a study, and there was a JLARC study, and there was 5 localities that were studied specifically, and Petersburg was not one of them. So if we want to know what the true numbers are and what the jobs that would be created and what the economic impact would be, and to study the viability, it seems like there should be at least some consideration of looking into that. So we do oppose the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is taking care of everyone. We know we don't have anybody virtually. I would like to take just a second to say something. You know, as everybody came up before us, both sides made the same compelling argument. Their communities need this desperately, all for the same reasons. You know, whether it be the Richmond area or the Petersburg area. And so, you know, however this bill lands, I just hope that maybe the two communities will come together once that decision is finally decided on what community will have the referendum and decide whether they really want it in either place. So the committee operates on a motion. Oh, Kim, would you like to say something else? I'm sorry. Delegate Taylor, sorry, I apologize.
I would just like to remind the committee members that Richmond did have their chance. They had quite a lot of opportunity, and the people of Richmond spoke. They said no, and so I would just graciously ask you to support HB 1134 and give Petersburg the chance at a referendum vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a motion. I'd like to say at the outset of this, that I came in here today and I actually was prepared to cast a final vote on this. I'm certainly involved in a lot of the development of the casino legislation over the past couple of years, and I really think we worked hard to determine which locations were best suited in Virginia. No one was more surprised than I was this past fall when Richmond voted, not to locate it there. Having said that, it's very clear that both Petersburg and Richmond have a dire need for this. And Madam Chair, with that, having said that, I would like some time to be able to think a little more about this. So accordingly, I would move that we pass this by for the day.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor of passing House Bill 1134 by for the day, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Delegate Taylor and everyone that came and spoke so compassionately, thank you. Thank you for sharing. So that concludes the business of Subcommittee 3 for the day, and we are adjourned.
We're going to call the Housing Subcommittee to order. Members, please indicate your presence on the roll. Delegate Carr. All right, let's indicate that Delegate Carr is present. This meeting has a quorum. Ooh. Front row. Good reflexes. All right, first up is going to be Delegate O'Quinn. He's got House Bill 557. Delegate O'Quinn, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have House Bill 557, which authorizes the governor to convey a portion of property previously used by the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services, which is on the campus of the Southwest Virginia Mental Health Institute. That land would be conveyed to Smith County. It would be made without consideration and in an as-is condition. This property is going to be used, which you may remember the bill from last year, to house the Appalachian Center for Hope, which is an inpatient drug treatment facility. The facility actually has funding from a community foundation. They just don't have a building to put it in, and this is where it'll be housed. So that's the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for the patron? Seeing none, anyone here to speak in favor of the bill? Anyone here to speak in opposition to the bill?
Mr. Chairman, move to report.
Second. All right, there's been a motion to report with a second. Please open the roll. Members, cast your votes. Thank you, Delegate O'Quinn. That bill reports 8-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, next up, we're going to take Delegate Maldonado, House Bill 893. If you please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to substitute.
Is there a motion on the substitute? Second? Is there a second? Second. All right, been motion second to put the substitute before us. All members in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, substitute's properly before us. Delegate Maldonado, please explain your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. This House Bill number 893 is meant to solve a problem that many of our tenants, particularly in our lower income tenancy, experience, and that is that oftentimes at the end of a lease agreement, there is a window that people have to say, I'm either going to renew or cancel the lease agreement. What happens frequently is that the notice of when the increase in the rent amount comes, it doesn't leave our tenants much time to decide how they're going to pay if they cannot afford the new rent. Meaning, can they gather the money to pay for the new rent amount, or can they gather enough money in enough time and find another location outside of that current rental arrangement? So as we tried to figure out a solution to help give our tenants more time to make the best decisions for themselves and their families while also not being too heavily onerous on our landlords, the bill contemplates offering a notice that comes earlier in the cycle. So the notice would be to alert the tenants of an increase in rent 90 days prior to the end of the term. And in that, there's also the standard caveats and carve-outs for owners of dwellings under four units or under, and those who have a 10% interest, either individually or through a business entity, in more than four dwelling units. So we have worked across party lines. We think we found peace in the valley. We have the Poverty Law Center, Virginia Realtors, the Virginia Apartment Management Association, and the AOBA, also in alignment, working together to make sure that both our landlords and our tenants have what they need in this bill. And for those reasons, I hope that it is a pleasure of the committee to pass this bill.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any questions from the members of the committee?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Delegate Robinson.
So the amendment, because I don't see the newest one, it's 90 days. It was 30 days, and now it's 90 days?
That's correct.
Okay.
90 days to the end. Made it clearer. Thank you.
Just for clarification. Thank you.
Delegate Wampler, Chair Wampler helped us with that as well. So there was a lot of great input.
Never, ever quit, right? All right. Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the bill?
Good
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Tommy Herbert with the Virginia Apartment Management Association. Also on behalf of our sister organization, the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, we appreciate the patron working with us, and we hope that you will support the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, Aaron Barton with the Realtors, and we support the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the subcommittee, Christy Marrow with the Virginia Poverty Law Center, and we support the bill.
Thank you. Anyone opposed to the bill? All right, and for anybody that's on the virtual queue, we have a little bit of a docket this afternoon. Remind you again, if there's comments that you wish to make, hodspeak.virginia.gov would be a great place to leave your comments, and we'd love to hear them. And with that, next committee bills before us. Is there any other questions or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to report as amended. House Bill 893.
It's been motioned to report with a substitute and a second. Members, please cast your vote.
Substitute.
Thank you, Delegate. Your bill reports 8-0.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up we've got House Bill 701. That's Delegate Corey. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope you're on a roll. You know, that face, you don't look like you're on a roll. Oops. Oh, well, there goes my bill.
I'll work on my poker face. Let's go, Delegate Corey.
It's a lovely face. Let's start over. So, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I am here to present 701, which is an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Is there a motion on the substitute? All right, it's been motioned, seconded. All those in favor of the substitute, say aye. Any opposed? Delegate Corey, substitutes before us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm sure it's obvious that the purpose of this bill is to empower localities with the choice of enacting more strict energy efficiency building codes than the statewide code requires. And the language that is additional here is except as otherwise provided herein. Such building codes shall supersede the building codes of the counties, municipalities, and other subdivisions. However, such code shall not supersede the regulations of other state agencies. This and localities can adopt and enforce within their jurisdictions the latest version of the International Green Construction Code. There's more language in the bill, but that's the essence of it.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak in favor of the bill?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Bob Shippey, I'm a volunteer with the Virginia Sierra Club. I want to thank the patron for bringing this bill. I think it's a nice option for localities to have. I just want to make 2 quick points. One, energy conservation is a conservative value, and the code that's referenced here is used in places like Idaho and Texas and many other states. So this is not some leftist agenda here. And the other point I want to make is you'll hear some lobbyists come up here and say this is going to somehow hurt homeowners and cost them money. You won't hear any actual home buyers come up and say that. Why? Because this will save them money. Think of a car that you're trying to choose between one that costs $5,000 more but saves you $1,000 in operating and maintenance every year. If you're like me and you use a car for longer than 5 years, you're going to make money on that. The numbers are actually better for homes because people stay in them longer, and the savings can be a lot more than $1,000 a year. So I would urge you to report out. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to the bill?
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Clark with the Home Builders Association of Virginia. I'll be brief. We do oppose the bill. The Uniform Statewide Building Code provides predictability for builders and design professionals, and that helps them get economies of scale and mitigate against increasing home prices. And to Mr. Shippey's comment about saving money over time, you know, the additional upfront costs, that's where a lot of the burden is. If folks can't actually get into the home, small annual savings over time on energy costs really doesn't do much. So just as a kind of a closing point, Virginia is actually doing really well when it comes to energy codes. We work with energy advocates. during each building code cycle to make sure that we're keeping up with the latest building science. DHCD has a report that says that we're first in the South. We have, I think, near perfect scores for residential code stringency. So I just wanted to make that point. There's a lot of comments that we're decades behind. We're not. We're actually keeping up with a lot of states. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Randy Grumbine, I represent the Virginia Manufacturing Modular Housing Association. We do produce an energy efficient product. We are proud of that, but we are opposed to having different codes all across the state. There was a similar bill this morning by Delegate Lopez in counties and cities and towns which failed, and we would support the same action on this bill.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Bisma Ahmed with the Apartment and Office Building Association and the Virginia Apartment Management Association. We align ourselves with the comments of this previous speakers and oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Kristen Dahlman with the Department of Housing and Community Development. On behalf of the administration, we strongly oppose this bill as it goes above the uniform statewide building code.
Thank you. All right, there's a question from the committee. Delegate Fowler.
Just a quick question to Delegate Corey or to somebody with the. Somebody can answer this,
Okay.
but it occurred to me. I mean, there's obviously a lot of older homes in the area now that are already pre-existing, and I thought if a person needed to make some repairs to an existing home or do certain things, would that then fall under the new building codes? And they would have to do a lot of different and potentially more expensive things than just say, putting, a new roof back on or something,
Oh, Mr. Chairman, may I? Thank you, Delegate Fowler. That's a good question. And the answer is it would depend on the ordinance that locality is adopted. Now, the localities that I have been interacting with would not do that. They would be only talking about new construction. New homes. Although I can't, vouch that someone might not try to do that. But this bill is designed to build in the future, not necessarily retroactive.
Oh, well, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from the committee? The committee operates by motion.
Oh, may I just say one thing, please?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to point out that many other states do allow localities, cities and counties to adopt some version that is of a building code that is more strict than the one that the state enacts. And I've been here long enough to hear so many people, elected people, talk about we don't do one size fits all. One size fits all is not the way to legislate. And I am asking you not to impose one size fits all. A floor is a good idea. It helps, I believe, economic development, but every locality is different. And I would like the committee to recognize that by accepting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Bills before the committee.
Motion PBI.
It's been a motion to pass by indefinitely. Is there a second? It's been motioned and seconded that this bill be passed by indefinitely. That's a recorded vote. Clerk, if you would please open the roll. All right, thank you, Delegate Corey. That bill is passed by indefinitely on a 8-0 vote. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. All right, next bill up, we've got HB 596. That's Delegate Clark. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Today I am introducing HB 596, which provides localities with the options to implement local rent stabilization. The bill provides that no such ordinance shall be adopted until it has been posted on the locality's website and advertised in a newspaper of general circulation in the locality at least 2 weeks prior to a public hearing on such ordinance. All landlords who are under rent stabilization may be required to give up to a 2 months written notice of rent increase and cannot increase the rent by more than the locality's rent stabilization or allowance. Fewer Virginians than ever can afford to buy a home, and there is a shortage of at least 200,000 affordable rental units in Virginia. This bill would give localities an additional avenue to address this issue in their communities. And let me be clear, this is not rent control. HB 596 does not control landlords or local governments. It simply grants localities the ability to stabilize rent if it makes sense for their residents and make good fiscal sense. When rent is lower, families have more money, stability, and consistency of budget to spend on their necessities and to boost the local economy. More so, 596 would be incredibly beneficial to the long-term health of communities it is implemented in. It would allow families to establish deeper roots and connections through long-term stability and lower eviction rates, wherein Virginians would be able to build stronger credit scores and build economic health. The lack of this stability costs Virginia's economy dearly. Virginia cannot afford to displace renters any longer, and I thank the committee for their time and attention. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Delegate Clark. Are there any questions from members of the committee? I see we have one from Delegate Brewer. Please go ahead, Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ask the delegate, so what brought the bill about, and then how did you arrive on line 46 and 47 of your bill with that amount?
Yes. So this bill came to, I had a local town hall in my district, and this was a concern for my constituents. And then, one second, let me pull up that line for you. And can you refer to that line one more time?
Line 46 and 47, how did you arrive at the fine? The amount?
We came to this conclusion for this fine. It was just a placeholder that we put there that we felt like will be sufficient enough for a civil penalty.
I thank the delegate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Anyone here to speak in favor of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. Christy Marin, I'm speaking on behalf of Virginia Poverty Law Center and New Virginia Majority. Both organizations support the bill.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to House Bill 596? Please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tommy Herbert with the Virginia Apartment Management Association, our sister organization, the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. We would ask you very, very strongly to oppose this bill. Rent control, with which rent stabilization is absolutely synonymous, has been proved in nearly every application in any locality or state in America to both restrict the supply and degrade the quality of rental housing. We appreciate the delegates' concern for tenants. However, Virginia was in a housing supply crisis before the COVID-19 pandemic ever hit us. The way to release the upward pressure on rents is to produce more housing, and we look forward to ways that we can work together with him to do that. We again ask you to oppose the bill, please.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Randy Grumbine, representing the Virginia Manufactured and Modular Housing Association. Our members oppose the rent stabilization for.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, Tyler Craddock, Manufactured Housing Communities of Virginia, we oppose it, and we would remind you that the one way the proper way, if you want to keep prices stable for housing, it's one is a supply issue. More units equals lower price, and then also avoid other types of onerous regulation that push producers out of the marketplace.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, Aaron Barton, again with the Realtors, we also oppose the bill.
Mr. Chair, members of the subcommittee, Kristen Dahlman with the Department of Housing and Community Development. On behalf of the administration, we oppose this bill.
Thank you. All right. Delegate Clark, you have the final word.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chair. I would just like to end on, yes, this is still a pressing issue, rent stabilization here in Virginia. As we know, we do have a shortage, and that is still a current problem. And until we can fix that shortage, then I do believe that rent stabilization will be a great remedy until we can make sure that we have affordable rent across the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bill is before the committee.
Motion PBI.
PBI.
There's been a motion to pass this bill by indefinitely. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Clerk, if you would please open the roll to pass by indefinitely. Right. This bill has been passed by on a vote of 7-0. Thank you, Delegate Clark.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to take up HB 804. That's Delegate Price. Please come forward. Now, we've already heard testimony on this bill in subcommittee last time. Nope.
We didn't get to, but we don't have to. That's fine.
No, we'll let you speak to it. Go ahead, Delegate Price.
No, we heard from me, but we didn't have a chance to hear from testimony. So I'll just remind, for those that weren't in the room, very quickly, we have a substitute that was discussed last time. So just to remind.
Is there a motion on the substitute?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Substitute's before us. Please tell us what the substitute does, Delegate.
Yep, so it requires landlords to disclose their tenant screening policies up front, and also requires landlords to disclose the amount of non-refundable application fees and deposits that would be mandated to pay before they could secure a unit. And then I just told of the example of a Newport News resident having paid $700 in non-refundable application fees and still could not find a place to stay. And if I could just very briefly say who is in support of this, we have the Virginia Realtors Association, AOBA, VAMA, ACLU, People Power of Fairfax, African Communities Together, Housing Opportunities Made Equal, Humanities Behind Bars, Institute for Forgiveness, Legal Aid Justice Center, New Virginia Majority, No Left Turns, Tidewater Solidarity Bail Fund, Tidewater Tenants' Rights, Virginia Interfaith Center for Public Policy, Virginia Organizing, and Virginia Poverty Law Center.
It's quite a list. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, are anyone here to speak in favor of the bill? Will feel so compelled after the list? All right, anyone here to speak in opposition to the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Bola.
Just speaking to the bill, I think this is a really good consumer protection measure. After just having the opportunity to move one of my children into their first apartment, I know that these fees can rack up very quickly. And certainly it's very, very helpful to know in advance, whether or not you're going to go ahead and qualify for that. And so I think this is, something that will go ahead and save our apartments time. Is also make sure that, people who are looking for affordable housing don't get trapped into making unnecessary expenditures. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to report with the substitute.
Second.
A motion to report with a second. Seeing no other motion, clerk, if you would please open the roll for a vote. There is a substitute here, so this will be a report with a substitute. Thank you, Delegate. Your bill reports 8-0 with a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members.
All right, next up, we've got HB 753. That's Delegate Adams. Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. There is an amendment. Okay, at this point, it's a substitute.
Is there a motion on the substitute? Motion is seconded. All those in favor of the substitute, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Substitute's before us. Can you tell us what the substitute does?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The substitute removes certain changes in the bill that would return the language to its original situation, and specifically that would be on lines 216, 218, and 219. The language that is stricken in the bill would be removed to its original form. Likewise, on page or line 248 and 249 and 250, the language that is stricken would be returned to its original language.
Thank you. Can you tell the committee what the effect of this bill is?
The effect of the bill overall, Mr. Chairman, has to do with an amendment, what I believe is a very modest and targeted proposal by faith communities and organizations that are asking to provide some protections for the expression of their religious faith. One of the foremost functions of state government is to protect religious liberty and the rights of conscience. And as the members here know, in the last term of the General Assembly, there was sweeping legislation passed under Title 2.2, specifically Chapter 39, anti-discrimination language. And so the main part of this bill you can find in lines 23 through 26. And it says this: nothing in this chapter shall prohibit a religious corporation, association, or society, or any nonprofit institution or organization operated, supervised, or controlled by or in conjunction with a religious organization, association, or society from taking any action as is calculated by it to promote the religious principles for which it is established or maintained. This is language that is reflected in other states. You know, not all the states have sweeping language like we do, but New York State does, and this was taken from that language there. I think it's a reasonable request, and I know there are individuals representing certain organizations that would like to speak to that.
Sure, we'll hear from them in a second. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Delegate Bulva?
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Adams. And I keep trying to read over this language and figure out exactly, you know, what kind of fact pattern it would go ahead and fit. And so can you give me maybe one or two kind of real-life examples of how a religious organization would actually effectuate this, or under what circumstances they would use this?
Well, I think the way it would be used, frankly, would be, or it wouldn't need to be something to be used actively. It's specifying that if you're a religious organization that, and you're acting out in the course of your religious belief in terms of who you hire, in terms of your activities you promote, the rules of your organization, that you won't be subject to some of the penalties that are included in this legislation, specifically civil actions that can be brought and actions by the Attorney General that relate to some of the provisions that would remain in this legislation.
So Mr. Chair.
Delegate Bulva.
If I could, if maybe I'm getting your meaning is, I mean, the rest of the language in this part of the code, the only way you're going to go ahead and enforce that is through civil action, or you're going to enforce that through the Attorney General's office. And I think what you're saying is that you would go ahead and take away those enforcement mechanisms. So I think, if I'm hearing you correctly, it would make the rest of this null and void with respect to religious institutions in that regard. Am I correct?
Well, what I would say is that this would set out the importance of religious liberty in terms of its protection. That it would be clear that the provisions that are intended to remedy anti-discrimination efforts are not directed or applied when there is a legitimate religious belief or practice that perhaps would be objected to by those enforcing the statute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from members of the public who are here to speak in favor of the bill. If you please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm George Triffiatis. I serve as Director for Government Affairs of the Association of Christian Schools International, ACSI. We're the world's largest Protestant school association. We serve some 2,500 member schools in the U.S., including 87 schools and over 17,000 students here in Virginia. I'm also a Virginia resident personally. The General Assembly passed legislation in 2020 about which we expressed very serious concerns at the time. During the legislative process then, we asked simply that, quote, legislators provide clear and unambiguous religious protection so religious schools and ministries and the tens of thousands of families that choose them can continue to live out their faith. Families choose Christian schools in part because Christians believe that each one of us bears the image of God. Christian institutions, like all others, including elected officials such as yourselves, hire to mission, and our employees seek to live by those standards. We invite all who agree with our vision of human flourishing to join our teams in terms of employment. The original language of the law was and remains unclear. HB 753 is a reasonable, relatively modest effort to resolve that difficulty. HB 753 makes several important clarifications to the law, including on questions of public accommodation, the freedom of religious institutions such as schools to live out their faith without fear of crushing government penalties, as well as their ability to maintain faith-based standards of conduct.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Eddie Ayla, Virginia Assembly of Independent Baptists. I'd like to identify myself with the comments that were made and believe that this clarifying language would help to avoid any future possible lawsuits insofar as churches being able to carry out their operations and their faith. We are thankful that nothing has happened to date, but as we know, it only takes one lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, committee,
I'm James Singapore, a Virginia resident, and I come representing the American Association of Christian Schools and the 700 schools nationwide that we have as members. And we support this bill. We think it's a reasonable way to ensure that our Virginia schools are able to freely assemble and develop learning communities free from the threat of government retaliation for living out their values.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, delegates, my name is Bruce Hunter. I'm the academic dean at Grove Christian School here in Richmond. I'm speaking in support of this. I've been involved in Christian school administration for 40 some odd years, and I learned early on that if we're going to have a viable and successful school, we need to employ and retain teachers, staff, and administrators who not only verbally support our statement of faith and our Christian principles, but actually live them out. They not only talk the talk, but walk the walk. And that principle is even more important today. And so I'm asking that you support this legislation that would enable us to continue to recruit and retain people that believe as we do, so that we can continue to minister to the hundreds of families that pay tuition to send their students to the school every year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Josh Hetzler on behalf of the Family Foundation. We really see this bill as something of a legislative cleanup effort. There are a number of instances where religious organizations simply want to make decisions according to the core tenets of their faith. And so, and there are some ambiguities that make it uncertain whether that or not they can do that without the threat of litigation. There are significant penalties in the Human Rights Act as it stands, which would have a significant chilling factor on churches and religious schools. We've heard from many of those across Virginia about those chilling effects. So we, in essence, just want to make sure that the laws of Virginia reflect what we believe the Constitution already ensures for these religious organizations. So I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's a question from Delegate Murphy. Delegate Murphy, please go ahead.
I just want to be clear. What we're really asking here is that they have permission to discriminate. That's what this bill is?
Let the patron respond.
For a good reason, but
right.
you know that's what the bill is.
I think what we're talking about, and you've heard it expressed by some of the associations of Christian schools. There's certain standards that they have in terms of who they employ and acting out the particular religious beliefs that they have. In that case, that if it could be argued that it's discriminatory, but it should be protected, and that's the policy. That's the policy choice.
Thank you. Please come forward, next speaker in support.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, Jeff Caruso with the Virginia Catholic Conference. We affirm the dignity of every person. We also believe that each person is created by God as male or female. We believe that God created marriage with a design and purpose. You may believe these same things, or you may not. This bill recognizes that there are different beliefs and allows each person to practice them. It provides space for conscience, as so many other states do. As the patron said, the key language in this bill, that's on line 23 through 27, is from the non-discrimination law in New York. I want to point out two other important provisions. One is on line 56 and 57. Right now in the law it says that a religious organization is exempt from the public accommodations law if it is not in fact open to the public. We don't know what that means. We think that is a completely unworkable standard. Just for example, if our religious services are open to anybody that wants to attend, or if we have events such as a church picnic or a fair that's open to anybody, are we in fact open to the public or not? That's just a completely unworkable standard. If we were to eliminate those words, that is not in fact open to the public, that would be an important clarification in our view in the law. And then the last point I want to make is on lines 205 and 206. it's very important, we think, to specify that religion does include religious observance and practice as well as belief, and that we should be able to take those into account.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, I'm Dan Zacharias with the Old Dominion Association of Church Schools, ODACS. We support the bill and ask that you, respectfully, that you would do so as well. We do believe that our churches and our schools should enjoy their constitutionally guaranteed freedom to exercise according to their sincerely held beliefs, and that those beliefs, which are deeply held and centuries old, should not be discriminated against either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone here to speak in opposition to the bill, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Narissa Rahman, Executive Director of Equality Virginia. We are here in strong opposition to HB 753 because it would effectively undermine the Virginia Values Act, which has been law for 18 months. The exemptions in this bill are dangerously broad and will allow religiously affiliated associations and organizations to pick and choose whether to follow the law. Religious freedom is important to us all, and the Virginia Values Act, which again has been law for 18 months, actually already provides exemptions for religiously affiliated organizations and educational institutions. These are in line with existing exemptions under federal law and are designed to strike a fair balance between religious freedom and equal treatment of all people. So unfortunately, HB 753 would create extraordinarily broad religious exemptions that would impact not just LGBTQ people, but also women, people of color, single parents, and people of minority faiths. And we urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition? Nope. Seeing none.
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Coiner.
I would like to offer some amendment. I don't know if folks want to ask other questions, but I would like to offer some amendments to the proposed substitute.
Please propose your amendments, Delegate Coiner.
I would propose, we do have a bill later on that if we want to take up the provisions in lines 56 and 57, there will be a bill that we'll be able to have those discussions around. So I would propose putting back in, unstriking lines, and I'm not looking at the substitute, I don't think, but it's that is not in fact open to the public portion, putting that back. And then also putting back the changes that were made at the end in regards to the section on civil actions by private parties, that section, unstriking, in the version I'm looking at, it's lines 216, 218, and 219. But again, I'm not positive. I'm looking at what the delegate put in as a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's what the substitute already does with respect to the latter comments on line 216. And
then I must not be looking at the right version online.
I'll ask the clerk to confirm that.
Okay.
Delegate Coiner, there is a substitute that's posted, recommended on today's date, and it ends at line 203.
Oh, there we go.
So if you could take a look at that.
Yep.
That'll help our council to not go crazy with these
I would look
amendments.
So then I would be looking at, and what's up would be reinserting on lines 54 and 55. Again, we have a separate bill before us later that we can take up that separate issue on. And then also, and then I think that's, did the Attorney General section was that already addressed?
Yes, that was in the 200s.
Okay. I think it allows us to separate out the two issues. There will be a bill that folks can look at that does the second part later. So that would be what I would offer so we can separate out those issues.
Before I ask if the committee understands those amendments, does council understand those amendments? Okay. So we have a set of proposed amendments before us. I think the proper procedure now is to ask if there is a motion on those amendments.
I move the amendment.
Amendment's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, those amendments are before us. Delegate Adams, back to you.
And so as I understand it, then the amendment that was just adopted would remove the portion of this of the bill that would include the language that is not in fact open to the public. Is that correct?
Right. We have a separate bill that brings that section back in here in just a little bit. So that way there'd be two separate.
All right. Okay. And I would just ask the committee to act favorably on what is the heart of the bill that remains in the legislation before you in the substitute as amended.
Okay, are there any other questions from committee?
So,
Delegate Bulova.
Mr. Chairman, just so I make sure that we understand the posture, and so notwithstanding the amendment that we went ahead and made, I think Delegate Adams would agree that the operational part of all of this is up there in that first part, which is nothing in this chapter shall go ahead and prohibit, correct? And so if we're looking for, the question of whether you can or cannot enforce these with civil litigation or the Attorney General, that's the most important part of your bill, correct?
I would agree that that is the most important part.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions from committee? All right, the bill's before us as amended, as substituted, and with line amendments.
Move to report.
Move to report.
Been a motion to report. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second.
There's been a second. Clerk, if you would please open the roll. All right, that bill reports with a substitute and line amendments. That will be a 5-3 vote. Thank you, Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Next up, let's see, we had a request from the patron on HB 836 to strike his bill.
So moved.
It's been motioned, seconded. That's a recorded vote. Clerk, if you please open the roll. All right, we've dispatched 836 that's stricken from the docket on 8-0 vote. Now we will take up Delegate Lopez, not here. Move it.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Delegate Lopez, if you could come present 882.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We had addressed this bill last week, but because of a line amendment that was requested in at the
All right, members, this is the bill that says that if a unit gets condemned,
right.
It is a presumption that the landlord has had a material breach of the rental agreement, and Delegate Lopez has offered a line amendment which would exclude any condemnation due from an act of God. And so I'd entertain a motion on that line amendment.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, line amendment and the bill is before us. Delegate Lopez, if you have anything else to...
Would you like me to continue to do it again, or what would you like?
Any questions from members of the committee? Delegate Brewer.
I think we heard full testimony, and we heard Delegate Lopez explain his bill, and it's getting in the late hour, so if the patron would be okay with it, I'd like to report the bill as amended.
All right, it's been a motion to report the bill as amended and seconded. Members, please cast your vote on your electronic voting board. That bill reports 7-0. Delegate Murphy is going to vote 8-0. Thank you, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Next up, we have House Bill 1063. Delegate Shin, please come forward.
Just get this out of here.
Thank you, Chairman Wampler and members of the committee. Good afternoon. I think having been sitting here through this committee meeting, I know that the one thing I shouldn't do is comment on the chairman's face, so I'm not going to do that. House Bill 1063 is a bill that seeks to ensure that the religious protections established in the Virginia Human Rights Act and elsewhere in our code are extended to cover articles of faith. By defining religion to include any outward expressions of religious faith, including adherence to religious dressing and grooming practices and the carrying or display of religious items or symbols, we make sure that those protections aren't falling short. HB 1063 would make sure that a person seeking to buy a house, rent an apartment, or find employment, that they couldn't be discriminated against because they're wearing a cross across their neck, or a yarmulke, or a headscarf. In the last few years, I think we've demonstrated as a Commonwealth our commitments to anti-discrimination policies and prioritize making this Commonwealth more inclusive and welcoming for everybody. HB 1063 further extends those protections to ensure that articles of faith and outward expressions of your religion, again, whether that's a scarf or a headscarf or a cross around your neck, that those are included under those protections. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? No. Delegate, I have a quick question. So where did you find the outward expression of faith language that you've proposed in your bill?
That's a great question. I think I just defer to the brilliance of our council and the DLS staff who were able to put that in for us.
Okay. Anyone here to speak in favor for the bill?
Eddie Ayla, Virginia Assembly Independent Baptist. Find myself in an unusual situation that I can appreciate there being some more clarification insofar as one's religion and the outward expression, because that's what people see first. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kim Bobo, Executive Director of the Virginia Interfaith Center for Public Policy. We support this. I know from talking to people, particularly in minority religions, but also in Christian faith, that sometimes how they express it with their headscarf or their cross is a problem for them. And so I think this language is really important. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, subcommittee members, Josh Hetzel with the Family Foundation, and we support the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Brian Moorfield with Housing Opportunities Made Equal. We're a nonprofit organization whose mission is to ensure equal access to housing for all Virginians. We strongly support the bill because we believe it will strengthen protections against religious discrimination for housing consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone to speak in opposition to the bill? Seeing none. Members of the committee, do you have any other questions? There's been a motion second to report the bill. Is there a substitute motion or any other motions? Delegate, are you aware of any litigation that has been taken up on this outward expression of religion?
There have been a couple, as far as I know. It wasn't in our Commonwealth or in Virginia, but across the country there have been other instances of that.
So if we pass this, it's likely this will be litigated.
Oh, no, I meant, sorry. I misinterpreted your question. I thought you meant, have there been civil actions because of discrimination based on outward expressions? And the answer is yes, and this would grant them protection from that. So
okay.
It's actually doing the reverse of what you were asking.
Okay. There's been a motion and second to report, and I would ask the clerk to open the roll. Thank you, Delegate Shin. That bill report 6-2. All right, next up we have, let's see, we're going to take up HB 1133. That's Delegate Walker. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a technical amendment to HB 1133.
Is there a motion on the technical amendment? It's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the technical amendment and the bill are before us. Delegate Walker, if you can explain your bill, tell us what it does.
The purpose of HB 1133 is fairly simple. The code section relating to non-discrimination in places of public accommodation needs to be amended so that religious organizations are not punished for prohibiting programs or open facilities to serve their communities that are not limited to members of the church, synagogue, or mosque. The current language needs a slight correction to ensure the protection for religious corporations, associations, and societies of the Commonwealth. Without the better protection, in order to avoid becoming a public accommodation, religious congregations may have to end providing these programs, which includes providing child care, food, shelter to the homeless, shelter to abused women, counsel alcoholics, substance abuse, and assist with the unemployed, and also teaching community Bible studies, such as vacation Bible schools in the summer, Reformed choral and organ concerts. All of these are countless other programs by which the religious organizations open their doors and minister to their communities. By amending this ambiguous language, it will prevent the foreseeable expensive litigation that would divert religious organization dollars otherwise available to minister to the congregations and to the communities. Mr. Chairman, this is the bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the delegate?
Mr. Chair, I don't see the substitute.
There was I think it was a spacing issue between semicolon and some words, and so it's a technical amendment. It probably won't be readily visible what those are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, no problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the patron, can he cite any instances that places have been closed in the past 19 months?
In the last 19 months?
Yes, sir.
No, no delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those in favor of this bill, please come forward and speak to it briefly.
Eddie Ailiff, Virginia Assembly of Independent Baptists. We feel like that it could be misconstrued that we would be equal to other places of accommodation, for example, a hotel, restaurant, and so forth, by where that language is located, and which is why we believe it should be struck, because it has been upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court numerous times that religious institutions have the ability to allow people to come in freely from outside while upholding and maintaining their distinctives. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Bulova.
If I could ask a question.
Delegate Bulova, you have the floor.
For you, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And so we keep talking in very narrow terms about what this is supposed to do, when in fact what you're doing, I think, is very broad. And so my church, for instance, has an annual Labor Day picnic. They go ahead and open up the churchyard, so it's a religious institution. It is bona fide, open to the public, right? So they don't go ahead and check whether you're a member of my church to go ahead and come in or not. But I guess by striking this language, the church could go ahead and say, well, because of your sex or your national origin or your race or your color, you've got to go. And I just want to make sure that that is indeed what this would operationally do.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a little bit different from that, because we do at our church have other events of the same nature as what you're talking about. So we want to be able to say that we are open to allow people to come in, but still not be held with respect to our distinctives and how we operate, what we believe, not be able to be forced to accommodate those people that would want to sue us on whatever grounds they want, if we, for example, in other areas that we do, and I use the word discriminate, but we do so in accordance with our doctrinal positions, as far as identifying, for example, marriage between a man and a woman.
Okay,
in that particular instance.
So follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Bulova.
And so again, realizing that we're not just talking about marriage between a man and a woman, subsection B up here talks about color, sex, national origin, race, and so all of those things are exempted in subsection C, right? But as long as it's not actually bona fide open to the public. And so I guess I just want to make sure you're agreeing, that when it comes to a church picnic, something like that, where the public is invited to come in and partake, that indeed they could say, because of your race, color, national origin, that you are not able to go ahead and participate, and that they have the ability to discriminate against you in that regard.
I do understand what you're saying, but I agree that I know with our church we do not discriminate in respect to that. But let's understand that there are groups out there that may, and if in their religious view, that is what they believe. Now, I believe that from what I understand, again, with U.S. Supreme Court decisions, that you're not allowed to discriminate based on race or sex or in these other areas. However, beyond that, as we have mentioned before, because of our distinctives holding to traditional biblical views, we would discriminate for membership or in those types of situations.
Thank you. Delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask a question of you, and I think I know what your intention of getting at is this. One of the churches in my area, several times a year, especially when it's cold outside, we do host, in fact, in the dining hall, several different folks overnight to get out of the cold and the elements. And I think with the intention I've heard from people back at home on this bill, actually, what the intention is say if someone comes in from the cold over the evening, say that they might be intoxicated, there may be an extenuating issue, and unfortunately they have to remove them, they would like the exemption to be able to be not held to the same standard as a hotel or whatnot. And so I think there's also existing issues that have happened prior in regard to this, and I've heard on that perspective. So would that be one of the additional issues you're seeing?
I would agree, Delegate Brewer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee at this time? Okay, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Jeff Caruso with the Virginia Catholic Conference. So you heard my testimony previously related to this section, but I mean, just to reiterate, I would just think it's an unworkable standard. You have many, I'll call them hybrid situations at churches where you might have a meeting that's not open to the public, but you might have a religious service that is, you might have a fair that is, you might have, any number of events that are, and so we just think it's important to have some clarity on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
George Strifiatis, Association of Christian Schools International. We just reiterate basically what Jeff is saying. The same sort of thing applies to Christian schools. Some of our schools are attached to churches, so even an independent school or a school that's attached to a church, they're facing the same sort of situation, and this legislation is pretty simple in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, again, Josh Hetzler with the Family Foundation. Prior to 2020 in Virginia, there was no question that religious organizations were absolutely not public places of public accommodation. And now there's a question about that. And the question arises because almost every religious organization I'm aware of does open itself up to the public. In fact, they exist largely in part to do that, to serve others. And what we're saying is sometimes, in a very limited circumstances, that can create a conflict with a certain issues which they believe fundamentally. And it really comes up with marriage and human sexuality. And that is creating the problem there. So we want to just make sure that they're not penalized for that, because that has been the reoccurring issue. So I hope you support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
James Campola, American Association of Christian Schools, and I would reaffirm that this bill makes clear that the protections that existed before 2020 still apply to religious organizations. I think some of the terms that have been used, hybrid and providing services, lose the fact that we're communities of believers that share a belief, and we want to make sure that we can transmit those beliefs in our schools with like-minded people, and while hiring for mission and for associating with religious families that desire to have those tenets of their religion passed on to their children. This law makes clear that we are free to do that, and we're protected from reprisal for making those choices based on our sincerely held religious beliefs.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, Dan Zacharias with ODEX again, and we support the bill for reasons that we stated earlier in the committee meeting, and thank you for your consideration.
Appreciate your brevity. All right, any of those in opposition to the bill?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Narissa Rahaman, Executive Director of Equality Virginia. We strongly oppose HB 1133. Again, it would undermine the Virginia Values Act, which has been law for 18 months. I'm going to sound a bit like a broken record, but this bill would allow religious organizations or affiliated associations, again, who are open to the public to deny services, not just to LGBTQ people, but also women, people of color, single parents, and people of minority faiths. We all agree here that religious freedom is important and important to all of us, but it is not a license to discriminate, and especially when your establishment is open to the public and to individuals of all identities, it should be open to all. We urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Delegate Walker, you have the final word.
I think the testimony has been very clear. I hope that it be the will of the committee to pass this bill on.
Thank you. This bill is before the committee. Delegate Brewer. All right, there's been a motion to report. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to report HB 1133.
Mr. Chairman, just to get clarity, is it with amendments or a substitute?
It would be a substitute, so I would like a revised motion. Delegate Brewer, if you would do that.
Move to report with substitute.
All right, there's been a motion to report the substitute and a second. If you please open the roll, members, please cast your votes. All right, this bill fails a report 4-4. Delegate Walker, I think you have another HB 1137.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
So HB 1137, the purpose of this bill is simple. Religious organizations must have the freedom to align their housing policies with their religious beliefs. The current language seems to provide protection for religious organizations, but that in the same sentence takes away that protection of religious organizations that have traditional beliefs. The current language engages in legislative doublespeak. The current language seriously departs from the federal fair housing protection for religious organizations and threatens the ability of religious organizations to have housing policies that align with their core religious beliefs. This bill and amendment simply aligns with the Virginia fair housing language and with the federal fair housing language as well. That's the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate Walker. Are there any questions from members of the committee at this time? Delegate Murphy. This is directed at the patron, and if you could use your mic so everyone online can hear too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but this just seems to be a way to put into law that you're allowed to discriminate, and I find that objectionable.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Delegate
We're
Walker.
trying to line this language up with the Virginia fair housing language and the federal housing language, Delegate. So that's the intent of the bill here, to make sure there's no discrimination in that regard.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? All right, those in favor of the bill, if you would come forward, please speak briefly to your position.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Association of Christian Schools, again, I'm George Strafiotis. I just want to state that we have Christian colleges and K-12 schools that are boarding schools. We just want to make sure that our rights to set up our housing opportunities on campus are reflective of our religious concerns, and so that sexuality issues reflect the Christian standards that we would want to have. And we feel like this bill would help us to be able to do that, protect us from any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So does God reject gay people?
Mr. Chairman, Josh Hetzer with the Family Foundation. For the reasons already stated, we support the bill.
Thank you.
James Campola, American Association of Christian Schools. We encourage you to support this bill.
Thank you.
Eddie Aliff, Virginia Assembly Independent Baptist. We support this bill for the reasons given. Thank you.
Thank you. Those opposed to this bill, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Brian Moorfield with Housing Opportunities Made Equal. Home opposes HB 1137 because it would allow religious organizations that exclude people on the basis of sex, elderliness, familial status, sexual orientation, gender identity, military status, or disability to pass that discrimination on in housing services. Home respectfully asks the subcommittee to oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bill's back before the committee.
Mr. Chair, I move to lay the bill on the table.
Second.
There's been a motion to lay this bill on a table with a second. That's a recorded vote. Seeing no other motion, that'd be superior anyway. If you could open the roll and members cast your votes. All right, that bill is laid on a table 7-1. Thank you, Delegate Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up, we've got Delegate Campbell with House Bill 1122. If you could explain every word.
Mr. Chairman, I'll do my best. I have a substitute.
Is there a motion on the substitute? It's been a motion and second on the substitute. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? No opposed. The substitute's before us. Maybe. All right, we've got paper copies of the substitute. Delegate, while those substitutes are being passed out, if you could explain why you're bringing the bill to help the members understand what's going on and then speak to the substitute after that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, this fine measure was actually brought to us by a constituent who happens to be a realtor down in Southwest Virginia. And the facts of this situation were that she had a piece of property that a client wanted to sell, and on that piece of property was a manufactured home. And that home at some point in time had been laid on a permanent foundation, blocked in, yet it was not owned by the person who owned the realty. So lo and behold, this realtor tried to get the information from the DMV as to who owned the property so that the real property could be sold and the home removed from the property, or in the alternative, file some sort of action in court to declare the property abandoned, the mobile home abandoned, so that the person could sell the realty. I've served on the courts committee for 9 years, and I know the chairman obviously has been there with me every day. And quite frequently we see bills coming from the courts committee that are prompted by illogical actions by or interpretations by judges as to a certain statute. And we call those affectionately bad judge bills. And I know former Delegate Habib back here may have coined that phrase, quite frankly. What you have before you now is affectionately going to be called a bad commissioner bill. Because if you look at the definitions contained within 46.2, vehicle is so broadly written that a person of average intelligence upon a plain reading should be able to know that in fact it is contained within the definition of a vehicle. However, that was not the case, and apparently this is something it's a problem statewide, as I understand. So what the bill is intended to do is to clarify unequivocally that a person can get this information with respect to a manufactured home. The substitute, actually the original bill did a little more than that. In working with some of the stakeholders, we rolled back that by eliminating the recordation process that was in the original bill. Now the only thing this bill does is allows for a process for certain inclusive people as enumerated in lines 34 through 36 to be able to get this information so that the property can be disposed of accordingly. Very simple process.
Any questions from members of the committee at this time? You had time to look over the substitute. Okay, Delegate, if you could speak a little more about why we need to eliminate the recordation process and any effect that may have on the current status of registration and recordation of manufactured homes, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, so ultimately I think the issue here is that that's probably a bill for another day. The process would be incredibly cumbersome for manufacturers, for sellers of those homes as well.
Delegate Robinson just helped me here. So the lines 14 through 23 on the substitute, which you gave a paper copy of to the subcommittee, that was language that was in your original bill, not currently in the code.
Correct.
That's what's stricken. All right, Chairman's clear. Other members have any questions on this subcommittee, on this substitute, excuse me? Seeing none, anyone here to speak in favor of the bill?
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, we appreciate working with the delegate. My name is Randy Grumbine. I represent the Virginia Manufactured and Modular Housing Association. In 2014, the House of Delegates passed legislation to properly relinquish title, and then if the need occurred, to rewind that. So that process is already in place. The problem that the delegates having, and many of those out there living in manufactured homes, is those homes that were put in place prior to 2014. And unfortunately, the original language wasn't going to correct that, and that's why we worked with him to get to a place where we're comfortable, and will allow DMV to provide more information when there is title in question.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tyler Craddock, Manufactured Housing Communities of Virginia. We support this bill, and because with the way the substitute's written, we'll be able, mobile home brokers will be able to get information on a home when they need it. And we appreciate the delegates' work on this and appreciate working with Mr. Brumbine and his folks on it.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Delegate Bulva.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'm getting the problem here, and I'm reading the details. I wanted to kind of see if there was a definition of what a prospective purchaser is, right? So I think the idea is that if it's a prospective purchaser and you have a transactional or a transaction happening, that yes, you would want that information kind of released. But I guess a prospective purchaser, that could be a one-way street, right? And so I can't just go and say, hey, I would like to purchase that, so that makes me a prospective purchaser. And then all of a sudden, you're getting information that you probably shouldn't be entitled to because you're not actually engaged in a transaction with a property owner, if I'm explaining that right.
I think that would be a logical interpretation.
Okay. So is there a way to tighten up the prospective purchaser part?
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Corner.
Well, isn't that only one piece of it? You take a step further, and then you become a requester by completing an application if you're one of the previous listed, and then you provide sufficient information furnished by. Isn't that you fill out the application and pay the fee? If you're any of the above, you have the right to do that. You become a requester. Is that correct?
You could, but I think I understand what Delegate Bull is asking here. I mean, ultimately, your fear is that any person out there could simply come forth and pay the fee and register as a requester under the guise that they're a prospective purchaser just to gain access to that information.
You've got that exactly.
Okay, so I guess ultimately we could include language in there that need to be supported by a contract for purchase or something of that nature.
Mr. Chair, some language like that would make me feel very comfortable with what you're
All right, we're going to take this bill by temporarily, and we've got a couple left on the docket. Is there a motion to take this by temporarily?
So moved.
Second.
All right, this will go by temporarily. Let's see. Next up, we have Delegate Glass. If you come forward, 1216.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. I believe there is an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Second.
Oh, council's going to be upset. She's getting too much to do. Give us just a sec.
Looks like it's already up.
All right, I think it's already been offered. Is there a motion?
Second.
All right, it's been motion seconded that the amendments be approved. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, amendments are before us. Delegate, if you could tell us why you brought the bill and what it does.
Okay, so the precipice of this bill came from an entity created by the Norfolk Redevelopment and Housing Authority, NRHA, called the Hampton Roads Ventures, which utilized millions of dollars.
Hey, Delegate, sorry to interrupt you. We got to move a substitute, not line amendments on this. I'd like to revise a motion on the substitute.
Second.
All right. There's been a motion second to have the substitute before us. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, substitutes before us. Sorry for interrupting. Please go ahead.
All right, no worries. Using millions of dollars worth of new market tax credits for development deals outside of Norfolk, and many of which were outside of the Commonwealth of Virginia. So during our due diligence for this legislation, we learned that the application process for new market tax credits is highly competitive, and that HRV was competing and in many cases out-competing private sector entities such as Bank of America. So what happens is HRV was collecting management fees from these deals, and a portion of which was remitted to the NRHA to fund their operations. And after discussing this with the good folks at the Virginia Association of Housing Authorities, we learned that this practice of creating private entities and to engage in for-profit activities is fairly common. The fact is that it's actually encouraged by state, federal, and local governments, by both parties, to when they cut funding to housing authorities and encourage to fill in the gaps with these private entities. So what we're asking here is to solve two problems, or ask ourselves two questions here in the Commonwealth. Do we believe that government should be creating and supporting for-profit entities to compete with the private sector? Do we believe that government should be leaving fiscal solvency of their financially dependent entities up to the success or failure of a for-profit entity? And so what I understand this bill will do, what may result in housing authorities losing much needed source of funding. But this is one area where I feel the General Assembly essentially mandating of governments to pick up the tab is appropriate. So if a local government is creating an entity such as a housing authority, that entity makes a commitment to the residents of the community it operates in, and that the local government should make certain that it can afford to pay its own bills.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Quinter, did you have a question or was that an old request? Old request. Okay. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Those who are here to speak in favor of the bill, if you could come forward. All right. Seeing none. Any of those who are opposed to the bill, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tyler Craddock on behalf of the Virginia Association of Housing and Community Development Officials. Yes, we've had Delegate Glass and I've had quite a robust conversation over this piece of legislation, and we really appreciate the time and the patience that she's given us on it to walk through our operations. Just as a little bit of background, in 1998, the federal government authorized the ability of housing authorities to be able to create these sorts of entities. And in the time after, right, we've seen declining federal revenues, but the idea was that housing authorities would use these as profit centers to fund services to the residents of public housing. One of those, and just NRHA was mentioned, they've created, as I understand, about 20 of these different kinds of entities of various forms and shapes. I think the one that's been given the attention is HRV, which was a community development entity that was created to go after new markets tax credits. Right, those are commercial investments in impoverished areas. The competition for those is intense. So when you're competing if you're an entity that's competing for those for that allocation, you're judged by the projects that you're putting in the pipeline. Right, so to artificially say, well, you can only take them from this geographic area, that instead of a much wider range, right, that affects your ability to win these credits, and then of course, obviously, the money that you're making, for the housing authority. And there are a lot of smaller communities that frankly depend on these tax credits who can't stand up an entity of their own. Just as an example, just one CDE in Virginia. In full transparency, it was HRB, funded, for example, the Prizery in South Boston, the Roanoke City Marketplace, the Claude Moore Culinary School in Roanoke, the Waynesboro Heritage Museum, the Gypsy Hill Place in Stanton. Right, so these are, and most of these are communities who could not have stood up an entity on their own to compete for that. So that goes to our concern and our opposition to the bill. We've enjoyed working with the delegate on it. We look forward to being able to continue that conversation and work forward because, and I know that, we've pledged to do that. So we're happy to continue to work with her, but this bill where it's at is not the way to do that.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Brewer.
I'd have a motion at the appropriate time.
Delegate, go ahead.
Delegate Glass, I appreciate you bringing the bill, and I'm sure that you had an awesome intention with it. Oftentimes in rural areas, we do things in tri-county or tri-city areas, and this would really be a direct attack on some of those things that we intend to do. And so in respect of other parts of the Commonwealth and the things that we do, I would motion to PBI this bill.
It's been motion to pass by indefinitely and seconded. If you could open the roll, members, please cast your votes. All right, this bill is passed by indefinitely on a 5-3 vote. Delegate Glass, keep working on this. See if you can tackle it locally, and if not, looking forward to seeing what you bring back next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, final bill on our docket's HB 1286. That's Delegate Hudson. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the subcommittee. I do have a brief line amendment to begin.
Line amendment's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, line amendment's accepted. Delegate Hudson, can you tell us what your bill does and why you brought it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, as introduced, streamlines the process through which redevelopment and housing authorities notify residents before selling or demolishing public housing units. Current state code provides that tenants get 12 months of notice before an application for demolition can be filed. In practice, though, HUD can take several months after that to process the application, so the total process can take more than 12 months. This bill would allow the tenant's notice period and HUD's application process to proceed concurrently. Tenants will still get at least 12 months notice before they have to move, but only 6 months notice before the application is submitted. The bill as amended clarifies several smaller provisions in the code, in particular that no lease provision can alter this timeline. In short, the bill will let housing authorities move faster without shortening the existing standard of notice to tenant. The bill has no known opposition to me, at least, and is supported by the Virginia Association of Housing and Community Development Officials and the Virginia Poverty Law Center.
Thanks, Delegate. I'm still waiting on the line amendment to post. Which line did you amend?
Ooh, that's a great question. Let me pull this up. Council, could I ask a friend?
Mr. Chairman, on line 33, after the word as, strike the remainder of line 33 and through applicable on line 34 and insert otherwise provided by. Do you want me to read that?
All right. Are there any questions of members of the committee? Anyone here to speak in favor of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Troy Garrett with the Virginia Association of Housing and Community Development Officials. As the delegate mentioned, we support the bill, and we'd like to thank her for bringing this bill forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. Christy Mara with the Virginia Poverty Law Center, and we support the bill.
Thank you. Anyone in opposition to the bill? Oh, Delegate Robinson, so you have a question.
So, Delegate Hudson, can you just be a little more clear on what the new timeline actually is?
Sure.
Thank you.
Under current law, there's 12 months before, 12 months notice for the tenant before an application can be filed for demolition or renovation. And then once the application is filed, HUD can take several months after that to process the application. So what this bill would do is move that processing time for HUD into the 12-month period through which the tenants are getting notice. So the tenants will still get 12 months notice before anybody has to move or the project starts, but the application processing for HUD can now occur at the same time that tenants are figuring out where they're going to move.
So it actually reduces the timeline, or could?
In practice, it could reduce the total timeline, though I think the spirit of the law is that everybody gets a year notice before they have to move, and it's just as the backlog of projects has grown at HUD, the application period now is not as small, in the application processing is no longer as short as it used to be, and so we're trying to get that going at the same time.
Thank you. Any other questions of the committee? All right, the bill's before us.
Move to report.
Second.
There's been a motion to report and a second. All right, clerk, if you would open the roll. That's with amendments.
With amendments.
All right, that bill reports 7-1. Thank you, Delegate Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the subcommittee, and thank you, Council, for her work on this one. It took a lot.
Love that. Keeps the whole thing rolling. All right, that completes subcommittee number 2's. Oh, we've got to pass by temporarily coming back. Come on back, Delegate Campbell. Explain your paper substitute some more.
So, and I don't have a copy of the printed substitute. If I could, I think we've got some piece in the valley.
David is the piece in
Mr.
the
Chairman,
valley.
the proposal would be at line 33 to include the term bona fide prospective purchaser.
All right, we've got bona fide prospective purchaser line amendment. Is there a motion on the line amendment?
Move to.
And then you got, I think there's a second one if you want.
Yeah, there's another line amendment as well.
Okay, can you go ahead with the second line amendment?
Sure. And at line, hold on here. Line 36, it would be information to identify the manufactured home and intent to purchase. Provide sufficient information to identify the manufactured home and intent to purchase.
Do you have that scratched on your paper?
No, but I can do that.
All right, Council, do you understand those line amendments?
Not yet. It's 6:30.
Oh, Delegate, you broke the rule. You got to have these in early. But rules are meant to be broken. Is there a motion on the line amendments?
Move the line amendments.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to accept the line amendments. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, those line amendments are before us. This bill has gotten too much time already, but go ahead, Delegate.
Nothing further.
It's been moved to report as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion to report the substitute as amended before us. Members, please cast your vote. Paperboy. This bill reports with a substitute 8-0. Thank you, Delegate Campbell. That'll be the final bill. That'll be the final bill for this subcommittee. And I would ask the clerk, how long will you need to adjust for the next full committee meeting?
Ashley? How many?
All right, we're
30?
Okay, we're going to take a 30-minute break and come back at 6:45 for the full subcommittee or full committee of general laws. Thank you. This meeting's adjourned.
We're going to go into committee reports. We've got a few bills that have amendments and stuff, so we'll have to muddle through the procedural stuff to get those before us in the proper form. And I'm going to begin with subcommittee number 4. Delegate Campbell, are you prepared for your report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We had 2 bills before the committee that the subcommittee recommended continuing to 2023. That'd be House Bill 1354 from Delegate Hudson and House Bill 1091 from Delegate Wilt.
All right. So no, wait a minute. We're not taking Delegate Wilt's. Carried it over.
Yeah. So House Bill 1354 would be the loan bill to carry over to 2023.
Okay.
And I would so move.
All right. There's a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had House Bill 19 from Delegate Fowler. This dealt with the Virginia Public Procurement Act requiring offerors or successful offeror to submit a detail of the donations it had made exceeding $25,000 or more. The subcommittee recommended reporting with a substitute by 6-0 with 2 abstentions, and I would so move.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. I think we can take 3 bills in a block right there that were unanimous.
Also had House Bill 307 from Delegate Freitas dealing with Virginia Freedom of Information Act, allowing for the requests for records to be obtained by the citizens at the lowest possible cost. We also had Delegate Lopez, I believe he has a substitute to present tonight, actually.
Does he? Okay. Well, we'll need to handle that outside the block.
Right.
So we can handle 2 in a block: House Bill 19 and House Bill 307. Have the substitutes on both of those been adopted by the full committee?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. All right. Now, is there a motion? There was a motion on House Bill 19. I didn't hear a motion. There may have been, but I didn't hear one on 307.
Yes.
All right. There's been a motion. I believe we need to do a voice vote on adopting the substitutes, don't we?
We already did it.
Okay. I didn't say all those in favor say aye. All those in favor, same sign. All right. Okay. And there's been a motion to report those 2 bills in a block. So we're voting on House Bill 19 and House Bill 307. All members wishing to cast their vote do so on the board. Okay. All right. All right. Those bills. All right. Okay. All right. So Delegate Robinson. And is Delegate Walker here?
I don't see.
Okay, all right. Those bills report on a motion of 21-0.
There we go.
Delegate Campbell, can we handle Delegate Wilt's bill?
Yeah,
1091.
we can. Delegate Wilt.
So I believe there was a recommendation to carry that over for until the next session, and I'll entertain a motion to reject the subcommittee's recommendation on that. All right, is a motion to reject the subcommittee's recommendation on carrying over Delegate Wilt's bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, that motion is that recommendation is rejected. Delegate Wilt, do you have anything you want to say on your bill? 1019.
Yeah,
1091.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee member, 1091. There is a substitute. Hopefully you have that before you.
All right. I get a motion to adopt a substitute. All right, there's a motion second to adopt a substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Substitutes before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. So it's actually a pretty simple bill. It deals with PLAs, and so in the 2020 session, the General Assembly passed legislation authorizing the use of PLAs on public work projects. Nationally, there are 6 other states that authorize the use of PLA on public work projects, but those 6 have established criteria requiring the public body to first determine whether the PLA is in the public's interest on a project-by-project basis. So that's what we're attempting here. Not trying to do away with PLAs. It's just trying to put some guardrails on them. If you look in the context of the bill, some of the things that to protect the public's money, which we always need to be cognizant of, and that's what's paying for everything that we do and what goes forward. So what's required in the bill is it includes guarantees against a strike, lockout, or other concerted action aimed at slowing or stopping the progress of the public works project, permits the selection of the lowest responsible qualified bidder without regard to labor, organization, or affiliation, and it binds all contractors and subcontractors to the terms of the agreement. And, Mr. Chairman, that's the extent of the bill.
Okay. Are there any questions of the patron? Okay. Yes.
Sorry.
Delegate Murphy.
I'm just curious as to the cost for this. Is there a cost attached, a FIS?
Mr. Chairman, I would answer the delegate no. There's no. This just simply gives guidelines to government bodies that wishes to move in the direction of the PLA process to secure, to begin a construction project.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by the committee? Delegate Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the patron.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would ask the patron, since we adopted the original law on this, have there been actual instances and problematic issues that have come up that the patron will be able to identify for us? Basically, what is the problem he's trying to solve based on the existing precedent that we've established?
Mr. Chairman, I would answer the delegate no. There's no one that I'm aware of in the state of Virginia has gone through the PLA process. But what we want to try to do here is avoid, for an example, in Pennsylvania, back in 2017, there was multiple contractors sued PennDOT. That's the same as our VDOT, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, on a project that required a PLA. And the suit alleged that requiring the PLA was anti-competitive, deprived quality bidders in accordance with the criteria mandated by the state's procurement law. And in 2018, the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court, that's equaled our Virginia Supreme Court, settled the case in favor of the contractors in a unanimous decision. So since then, Pennsylvania hasn't done any more PLAs. It's trying to avoid that extra burden. Could slowing down the processes, and could be very costly to the taxpayers.
Okay. Any other questions by the committee? I don't see any in the virtual queue, on the queue on on the dais. Delegate Wilt, do you have any one who wants to testify in favor of the bill?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Gordon Dixon with the Virginia Transportation Construction Alliance, and we're in support of the bill. I'm not going to say anything because I know it's late in the evening, but I won't trespass your time, but be glad to answer any other questions you will have on this.
Okay, thank you for staying with us so late. Grab a piece of pizza.
Julia Hammond on behalf of Associated Builders and Contractors, and we support the bill. And in addition to the other states that have done this to help with good governance, recently President Biden issued an executive order suggesting that government contracts use PLAs, and they too had guidelines and thresholds in it as well, because one should justify why and how dollars are going to be spent so they don't wind up in court.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, who's that? Delegate Price?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, are these the guidelines that are included in the executive order from President Biden?
No, these are not. President Biden also has a financial threshold, and I don't believe the substitute has one in it. So no, the feds put more than what we are trying to do in this.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Matt Benke with the Virginia Contractor Procurement Alliance. We're many of your mid-sized general contractors throughout the state, and we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Robinson with the Associated General Contractors, and we also support this bill for many of the reasons that you've already heard.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone in the audience in opposition to the bill? Okay. Any other last-minute questions by committee members?
Nope.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Delegate Brewer.
Move to report.
Well, I was going to give the patron the last word. Do you have a?
Not on that, Mr. Chairman.
A wise man, yeah. Okay, so there's a motion to report and a second. Is that a motion to report the substitute?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And a second to report the substitute?
Second.
All right, there's a proper motion before the body. Each members, please cast your vote on the electronic voting board. Okay, that bill reports on a vote of 11 to 10. Thank you, Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members.
Okay. Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had House Bill 890 from Leader Kilgore that dealt with exempting certain criminal incident information and investigative files from the Freedom of Information Act. That bill, upon the request of Leader Kilgore, was incorporated, or the subcommittee recommended incorporating his bill into House Bill 734 from Delegate Bell, and I would so move.
All right, there's a motion and a second to incorporate House Bill 890 into House Bill 734. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, Delegate Campbell.
Mr. Chairman, we had House Bill 970 from Delegate O'Quinn that dealt with the privacy of personal information contained within the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Subcommittee recommended reporting by a 5-3 vote. The substitute, accordingly, I would move the substitute and. Second.
All right, there's a proper motion to adopt substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Delegate Campbell. There was a motion to.
Motion to report substitute.
Okay. There's a motion, a second, to report the House Bill 970 with substitute. All members, please cast your vote on the electronic voting board. Okay, that bill reports on a vote of 14 to 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had House Bill 1303 from Delegate Williams, and this dealt with the ability to obtain the votes of parole board members from the pursuant to the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. The bill would allow for the same. The subcommittee recommended reporting by a 6-2 vote, and I would so move. Second.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I am told that there's a technical amendment needed by staff. On this
Okay.
bill.
Can I get someone to move the amendment?
Move the amendment.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to adopt amendment. Is it substitute? Okay. All right. Okay.
Second.
Okay. All right. We'll be at ease for just a minute. Let our technology catch up with our actions.
Obtainable under FOIA, so we can shine a little transparency and have good governance here in the Commonwealth. I ask that it be reported and move to the floor.
The amendments are purely technical, is that
They're
correct?
just purely technical. I think it was literally formatting.
Okay, thank you. All right, I thought I heard a motion to report the substitute in a second.
Second.
You ready? All members of the committee who wish to vote on the matter, House Bill 1303, please do so on the electronic voting board. Okay.
All right, very good.
And Mr. Chair, I vote aye. They're just fixing my device.
Okay. Delegate Brewer votes aye, and with that, the bill reports on a vote of 20-1. Thank you, Delegate Williams. I see we have several other members out in the audience. Can we try to take their bills up next?
Absolutely. We had House Bill 734 from Delegate Bell.
You just don't want us to eat your pizza. Mr. Chair, I spoke with staff. There's a clarifying amendment that puts some of the previous language was better than some of the language we thought it was.
Well,
it doesn't change it substantively. But
so I guess what we want to do is we want to adopt a substitute and then accept a line amendment. I'm guessing would be the best course of action. All right. All those in favor of adopting this committee substitute, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Committee substitutes before us. Delegate Bell, can you explain the amendment?
I might ask staff the simplest way to do it. It's on line 94. It currently reads, and I might ask her to do it. It's just one sentence, but it's a.
I guess technically we're reporting an amendment, yeah.
Where it says nothing in this section shall be construed to allow for the disclosure of any photographic, audio, video, or other record depicting a victim or allowing a victim to be readily identified. It goes back to the original way, which says no photographic, audio, video, or other recording depicting a victim or allowing for a victim to be readily identified shall be released. Okay. Pursuant to subsection C or D to anyone, and that's right, except that.
All right. Council reflects that as an accurate reporting of the amendment. Can I get a motion to adopt the amendment? All right. All those in favor of adopting the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Does anyone on the committee have a question about that amendment? Anyone in the audience have a question about that? Change their support or opposition? Okay.
Mr.
Can I get
Chair,
yes.
I do have a question about the bill.
Delegate Price.
Yep. So I just wanted to make sure that I had a constituent reach out and just wanted to make sure the impact of the way that immediate family is being utilized. And so it was questions about whether or not what happens when it's the immediate family member that might have abused a child. Would they be the ones that are like available to get the records? Also, any impact on the LGBTQIA plus community or non-traditional families where they might be cohabitating but not married, and then just making sure that, like again, where there's intra-family issues, does this definition allow for protection?
So, I understand. So the law as of today lets everybody get everything. Absolutely required. No prohibitions, no injunction, no anything. What this does is this creates two groups. One would be the family that you've described that would still be able to get the information. So they don't get it easier. They don't get it. It's the same group. We then restrict everybody else is what we do. And the groups we say are the victim himself or herself, members of the victim's immediate family if the victim is deceased. So that would be in a homicide case. And then the victim's parent or guardian if the victim was a minor. The parent or guardian is not a person of interest or a suspect in the criminal investigation or proceeding. Now, it's not perfect. That doesn't get every single person in that you want in, every single person you want out. If you like the whole idea of the bill, which from the subcommittee, you may not like the whole idea of this, but that was the grouping, and it does two things. They're the ones that get it no matter what. Those groups, it's a must. The criminal investigative files must be released to them. Last year's discussion over this bill spent a lot of time focusing on them. I agree. The victim should be able to get the file once the case is over. The second is those are the ones that can then file for an injunction if the person who has the records is about to release them and can go to court and say, Judge, this is something specific. There's a prohibition about very particular records where you can identify the person. Those are more help when you're not talking about a high-profile case like the one where I know you were there, but you saw the parents of the young women who were killed in Charlottesville. There's no secrecy or anonymity to them. Those files will go right into the TV show that they're trying to produce.
Mr. Chairman, question for the patron.
Delegate Wampler.
Delegate Bell, are you trying to turn general laws into the courts committee?
God forfend, or whatever that expression is. No, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Delegate Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to the bill.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, one, I just want to actually commend the presentation that was in subcommittee. I thought it was, the testimony was compelling, and I don't oppose the concept of, basically wanting to protect victims, wanting to protect their families, everything that is embodied with the idea. My background is as a reporter, and in the 10.5 years I spent writing newspapers, we put stuff on the front page, and we had to do a lot of FOIA things that were related to this that, in the saddest way possible, they highlight the sad reality of life, and that's part of the news. And I feel that while it is not the explicit intent of the legislation before us, my concern is really almost the precedent that we're establishing in terms of what constitutes the news and the ability for journalists who are actually in good meaning and professional reporters being able to access information that is directly related to their job and basically shining a light on very terrible situations that happen that constitutes news coverage. And so that's really where I'm coming at this from. And on a very side note, I actually had tickets for the show in 2009 that was referenced in subcommittee. I couldn't go that night because of a scheduling conflict, but I understand how haunting that is, and I do not fault the patron. I certainly don't fault the families that spoke about this in subcommittee. I speak for this really just at the end of the day from a news reporter's heart is where I'm trying to come from with this.
All right. There's a motion to report. There's a second. All members wishing to vote on the matter, please do so on the electronic voting board. Okay, Delegate Bell, that bill reports on a vote of 11 to 10. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had House Bill 891 from Delegate Lopez, and the essence of this bill was to remove the term alien in the Virginia Code as it pertained to non-citizens or non-nationals of the United States. And the purpose behind the bill, obviously, is that many in society, I believe, feel that the use of the term alien is non-inclusive and dehumanizing. There were amendments proposed to the subcommittee. The subcommittee on those amendments are recommended reporting by 7-0 margin, and I would so move. I believe Delegate Lopez has a substitute that has been drafted as well.
Mr. Chairman, I really do appreciate your advice and counsel, and also the work of Ms. Jones and Ms. Binns and their support on this.
Okay. I have a question for counsel first. So does the substitute cover all of the amendments that were in subcommittee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with one change, which I believe Delegate Lopez is going to
with an additional change. So we can essentially reject the subcommittee amendments and then deal with all of them in one motion. Okay, right?
Yeah.
So can I hear and we say we want to. There were committee amendments, subcommittee amendments. I want to ask if I can get a motion to accept them, and we're all going to be silent, and then we're going to say nay, right?
Right. Motion to accept.
All right. There's a motion and a second to accept the committee amendments. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. Okay. All right. Delegate Lopez.
So I'd hope you would accept the substitute, sir.
Okay. I get a motion to adopt a substitute. All right. There's a motion and a second to adopt a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Substitutes before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what the new version of the bill does, what the substitute does, as Ms. Ben said, is it accepts all of the amendments that we had before in subcommittee, and also makes one additional exemption by taking out 32.1-325.03. It's line 712 through 730 of the old bill, and the new bill that no longer is there. It essentially is an additional exemption, being extra careful to make sure that we are not in any way, shape, or form touching upon federal policy or doing anything that would go against the intention of the bill, which is to simply get rid of the term illegal alien.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, question for the patron.
Delegate Wampler.
Delegate Lopez, is it your intent and your understanding of the bill that this does not expand Medicaid or Medicare eligibility to non-citizens?
That is correct. That is not the intention of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Wampler. Any other questions by the committee? All right, there's a motion and a second to report the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Record your vote on electronic voting board. All right, that bill reports 22-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
All right, thank you. Delegate Campbell.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, we had House Bill 1287 from Delegate Runyon dealing with the Public Procurement Act. I believe there's a substitute that has been submitted to the clerk and should be before the committee.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Substitutes before us. And what was the recommendation of the subcommittee? Are there any changes to that bill?
There
all right.
are.
Okay.
I'd ask the council to report what the change is.
Mr. Chairman, the change from the bill that was before you in subcommittee and this new substitute is simply to remove remove section 2.2-4324 from the bill. That section is current law in the Procurement Act, and originally subsection C, or part of it, was stricken. It dealt with the current preferences for bidders whose goods contain recycled content. But in the substitute for Delegate Runyon last meeting, his substitute changed it to a preference for plastic recycled materials. So he requested to put that initial section back to the way it was. So we took it from the bill. So now there is both a preference for recycled content in general, and if this bill passes, there will be a preference for plastic recycled materials.
Okay. All right. And we have someone move the, is that a substitute or amendments?
Substitute.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. All in favor of adopting the substitute as reported by council, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The substitute is before us. All right. What's the recommendation of the subcommittee?
Move to report.
Okay. All right. All those members wishing to report the substitute as adopted this evening, please cast your vote on the electronic voting board. That bill reports on a vote of 22-0. All right. Was there a bill from Delegate Shin on your report, Delegate Campbell?
Yeah, there is. We had House Bill 1310 from Delegate Shin dealing with moderate risk contracts, basically provided that all public bodies should report to the Department of General Services on programs that are offered through the Federal General Services Administration with anticipated cost over $250 million. Subcommittee recommended reporting the substitute, and I would so move by a 7-1 margin.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. That motion also included a recommendation and a motion which was seconded to report the bill as substituted. All those members wishing to cast their vote on this measure, please do so on the electronic voting board. That bill reports 19-3. All right. Delegate Campbell, anything else on your
Mr. Chairman, that would complete the subcommittee's report.
Okay, we'll move on to subcommittee number 3, Delegate Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first bill that you have on your docket tonight is HB 144, Delegate Wiley's bill, and at his request, he'd like to have that to be stricken from the docket.
Okay, I get a motion to do so? All right, There's a motion second to strike House Bill 144, the patron's request. All members wishing to strike this bill, please vote on the matter. Please do so on the electronic voting board. Delegate Robinson, your vote has not been registered.
Okay.
All right. That bill is stricken from the docket on a vote of 22-0. Okay, Delegate Robinson.
The second bill on the docket is House Bill 767, Delegate Cresak's bill, and the subcommittee recommended reporting it, so nothing, but there is a small technical amendment that he gave to me, and I'll have the council report that, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. On line 13, after weather, insert permitted or.
Okay, I get a motion to adopt the amendment. I have a motion and a second to adopt the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. Amendment's before us. And what is, Chairman Robinson, what's your recommendation with the bill as amended?
The subcommittee recommend reporting 7-0, and I so move.
All right. All right, there's a motion and a second to report the bill as amended. All members, please cast your vote on the electronic voting board. Okay. All right, that bill reports on a vote of 22-0.
The next bill on our docket is House Bill 1021, Delegate Simon's bill. There was a substitute to that bill, so I move the committee substitute.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, substitutes before us.
Subcommittee recommended reporting the substitute on a 7-0 vote, and I so move.
All right, there's a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I like to speak to the motion.
Okay, all right.
We had this bill, we had some controversy in the bill, and I have since talked to ABC, and ABC says they still have a little consternation with the bill. So I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Delegate Knight.
Lay the bill on the table.
All right, there's a motion, second, to lay the bill on the table. That's non-debatable. All members wishing to vote on that motion, please do so on the electronic voting board. All right. That motion to lay the bill on the table passes on a vote of 13-9. Okay.
Next bill on the docket is House Bill 1298. And this is Delegate Price's bill having to do with student athletes and compensation for their name, their image, and their likeness. There was we went through some reiterations during committee on this bill, and the subcommittee recommended reporting the amendments at 7-0. But at Delegate Price's request, she has a new substitute, so she would like for us to reject the subcommittee's the bill with the amendments.
All right, we're rejecting these amendments, correct?
Correct. We're rejecting the amendments.
There's a motion second to accept the amendments. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign.
No.
Nay. All right, those amendments are rejected.
And so I would ask Delegate Price to, or council, whoever's going to do it. You want council? You going to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Delegate Price is going to explain her new substitute.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair. So basically, in conversation, Delegate Austin's bill is dealing with the college level, and so we are going to continue to work on addressing our concerns there. So this substitute keeps the two changes that we made by scratching interscholastic in two places, but then completely strikes the section for the collegiate. So it's just the section about the high school students.
Okay, is there a motion to adopt those amendments? All right, so motion and second to adopt the amendments. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Anyone have any questions about the amendments? All minds are clear? Okay.
Substitute.
All right, there's a motion to report, and there's a second. The report. Substitute is amended. All right. Was that a substitute or amendments, council? Substitute, okay, all right. All right. All members wishing to vote on the measure, please do so on the board. All right, House Bill 1298 is substituted. Reports on a vote of 22-0.
And Mr. Chairman, the last bill on the docket is House Bill 1336. That's my bill. And the subcommittee recommended reporting with no amendments or anything on a 7-0 vote, and I so move.
Okay, there's a motion to report and a second. I note we have someone in the virtual queue who would like to speak to the bill. However, it came out of subcommittee 7-0, and it doesn't look like it's running any trouble, so we're going to go ahead and vote on this measure. All members wishing to cast their vote on this measure, please do so on electronic voting board. That measure passes 22-0.
Mr. Chairman, that completes my subcommittee report.
All right, thank you. Okay, going back to the top of the batting order, Delegate Fowler, subcommittee number 1.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, let me see. Substitute. The first bill is Delegate Creasix, House Bill 595, which creates the position of a special assistant to the governor for disability rights advocacy for the purpose of representing Virginians with disabilities in a comprehensive, authoritative manner by ensuring that all state agencies provide adequate services, resources, and accommodations to such persons. Mr. Chairman, it was the recommendation that the subcommittee to continue this bill to 2023, and I so move.
Okay, all right, and I think the one below that is the motion, is a recommendation to continue as well, so we can handle
Yes,
those in a
sir.
block.
Okay. Second bill is my bill, House Bill 1253, which requires regulatory boards within DPOR to grant a license to an applicant for licensure by apprenticeship if the applicant has completed an apprenticeship and an occupation is regulated by a board, and such board grants license to an individual in such occupation or an occupation with similar scope of practice. Again, it was a recommendation to carry over this bill.
All right, there's a motion.
So moved.
And there's a motion and a second to carry over House Bill 1253 and 595. Both have been properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Delegate Fowler, the next two I think were unanimous. We can handle those in a block, right?
Yes, sir, we can. House Bill 1269 by Delegate Head and has a substitute, so I'll move the substitute, Mr. Chairman.
All right. There's a motion and a second to adopt the substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The substitute's before us.
Okay. See, House Bill 1269 removes the requirement that if a life insurance or annuity contract is used to fund a pre-need funeral contract, the life insurance or annuity contract must provide either that the face value thereof shall be adjusted annually by a factor equal to the annualized computed price index, or the benefit payable at death under such contract will be equal or exceed the sum of all premiums paid for such contract plus interest and dividends. Mr. Chairman, it was recommendation to report the bill as amended by a vote of 8-0, and I so move.
All right, there's a motion and a second to report that bill. And the second bill,
The
Delegate
second
Fowler.
bill, Delegate, is Mr. Chairman's House Bill 1364, which has an amendment, Mr. Chairman. I move the amendment.
All right, there's a motion and a second to adopt the amendments. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Amendments are before us.
Okay, House Bill 1364 clarifies that a seller shall not be prohibited from retaining a licensed attorney to represent his interests and provide legal advice pertaining to escrow, closing, or settlement services. The bill contains an emergency clause, Mr. Chairman, and the subcommittee recommended reporting by a vote of 8-0, and I so move.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, a second. We have two bills in a block, House Bill 1269 and House Bill 1364. All members wishing to vote on these two bills, please do so on the electronic voting board. That block of bills report on Delegate Price was zero. Did you intentionally vote no on both bills?
No, but I forgot to take the other one out of the block, so I'll deal with it.
Okay, all right, okay. That block reports 21-1. Okay. Okay. All right, now I believe that concludes your report, correct, Delegate Fowler?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Subcommittee number 2, we're in the home stretch, folks. Delegate Wampler.
All right, Mr. Chairman, first off, we have HB 836. This was recommended to strike on an 8-0 vote, and I'd so move.
Second.
All right. There's a motion to, which one was that?
836, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Okay. That motion has been made and properly seconded. All members wishing to vote on striking House Bill 836, please do so on the electronic voting board. All right. That bill is struck from the docket on a vote of 22-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, we'll take up 5 bills in a block, if that's okay. We had 8-0 unanimous votes on these, but 4 of them had substitutes or amendments. So taking up first, HB 557, that's Delegate O'Quinn's bill. This authorizes the governor to convey a piece of property in Smith County, formerly the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services Mental Health Institute, to Smith County. It's going to be used as a recovery center in Southwest Virginia. The subcommittee recommended reporting 8-0, and I would so move. Okay, next we have HB 804. This is Delegate Price's bill. This is an amendment to the Landlord-Tenant Act relating to non-refundable application fees. It requires landlords, those that have 4 or more dwelling units, to post their pre-occupancy check policy, as well as anything relating to their application fees on their website. And Delegate Price can check me if any of that's incorrect, but the subcommittee recommended reporting with the substitute, and I'd move the substitute at this time. Third.
We're going to adopt substitute.
All those in favor of adopting the substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay.
All right. We also have HB 882. This is Delegate Lopez's bill. Again, another Landlord-Tenant Act bill. This says that any landlord that allows a property to become condemned there's a rebuttable presumption that it is a material non-compliance with the rental agreement. There was a substitute, a line amendment during subcommittee, and I would move that amendment at this time. Third.
All right. Got lots of balls in the air right here. Okay, so all those in favor of adopting the amendments on House Bill 882, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Those amendments are before us.
Okay. That amendment just provided an exclusion for any condemnation due to an act of God. Moving on, HB 893, this is Delegate Maldonado's bill. This provides that a tenant or a landlord is responsible to let a tenant know of their rent increase 90 days ahead of the termination of a lease, and does not apply to those month-to-month tenancies as they are developed under common law. There was a substitute, and I'd move the substitute at this time.
Okay. All those in favor of adopting the substitute, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Substitutes before us.
All right, the last in the block is HB 1122. It also had a substitute, and I'd move that at this time.
All right. All those in favor of adopting the substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Substitutes before us.
Okay, the substitute on 1122 provides that any owner of a manufactured home and anyone that is a bona fide prospective purchaser of a manufactured home is able to get the records of that manufactured home's ownership from the Commissioner of Revenue. And Commissioner of Revenue, or is that the Commissioner of the DMV, Delegate Campbell? DMV. Commissioner of the DMV, to give those records over. It recommended reporting with a substitute 8-0, and I'd so move all of those bills for reporting in a block.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Again, each of those were unanimous coming out of subcommittee, 8-0.
All right. There's been a motion to adopt that block of 5 bills with as amended and substituted. All members wishing to cast their votes please do so on the electronic voting board. That block of bills report on a vote of 22-0.
All right, Mr. Chairman, moving on. We have 3 bills in the subcommittee report that had contested votes. First off, HB 753. This is Delegate Adams' bill relating to human rights and fair housing. Provides that nothing in the Human Rights Act should prohibit a religious corporation from taking any action to promote religious principles for which it was established. It exempts any place of accommodation owned or operated on behalf of a religious corporation from any non-discrimination in public places of accommodation provisions in the Virginia Human Rights Act. This bill was recommended for reporting with a substitute, so I'd move the substitute at this time.
All right, there's a motion to second up substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Substitute's before us.
Okay, the subcommittee recommended reporting on a 5-3 vote, and I'd so move.
Okay. All members wishing to vote on this House Bill 753, please do so on the voting board. That bill reports on a vote of 13-9.
All right, next up, Mr. Chairman, we have HB 1063. This is Delegate Shin's bill clarifying that religion includes any outward expression of religious faith in the context of discrimination when the basis of religion is at issue. Subcommittee recommended reporting 6-2, and I'd so move.
Mayor, a second? All right, there's a motion and a second to report House Bill 1063. Please cast your vote on the electronic voting board. Right. That bill reports on a vote of 22-0. Picked up votes in full.
All right, Mr. Chairman, final bill in the block is HB 1286. This is Delegate Hudson's bill relating to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Anytime there is an application to demolish a housing development that's monitored by HUD, this makes several changes to the code, requires that the notice be given from it was 12 months, it's now 6 months, and it prohibits the housing authority from requiring a tenant to surrender possession of the unit until at least 12 months after serving the notice in the bill. And the subcommittee recommended reporting with an amendment. I'd move that amendment at this time.
All right, there's a motion and a second to adopt the amendments. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The amendments are before us.
Okay, subcommittee recommended reporting this bill on a 7-1 vote, and I so move.
All right, all those in favor. Every member wishing to vote on this measure, please do so on the electronic voting board. Okay. All right, that bill reports on a vote of 19-3.
That completes my subcommittee report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Wampler. So I've been informed by the clerk that the best way to handle our vote on that block of bills involving House Bill 1269 and House Bill 1364 would be to reconsider those votes and separate them so we can so a member can correct their vote. And I'll entertain a motion to do so.
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those members wishing to reconsider that block of bills, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Those bills are before us. I'll entertain a motion to report 1269. As substituted. Was that? All right. All right. All right. All members wishing to vote on House Bill 1269, please do so.
Hey, Chris.
Delegate Runyon, how do you vote? All right, okay. All right, that bill reports on a vote of 21-1. And I will entertain a motion to report House Bill 1364 as amended?
Second.
All right. There's a proper motion to report House Bill 1364 and seconded. All members wishing to vote on this measure, please do so on the electronic voting board. All right. That bill reports on a vote of 22-0. Okay. I believe that concludes our docket. I'm not going to belabor the meeting. Just want to thank everyone for being here and on time and participating. I think everyone handled themselves very.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Before you adjourn, I just want to let the committee know that I made a mistake on House Bill 891. I corrected my vote with the clerk, but I wanted the committee to know about it. My machine was messed up,
Okay.
So I just wanted that to be known.
Thank you, Delegate Wright. If anybody wants pizza, anyone in the audience, please help yourself. We're adjourned.